Good morning, good morning. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Well, if you haven't heard about this trial, you are in for a, let me tell you, it's jam packed with just about everything and interesting is an understatement. So hang tight, let's roll the intro and get into it.
Just served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Welcome back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever it is you're coming from. Welcome. I didn't really look into this trial particularly much. Good morning, Tricia. Good morning, Tanya. How are we all? Buckle up, buttercup, because oh my word. Yes, didn't really look into it much. I'd been busy researching a couple of other different trials and trying to compile something, and then stumbled across this one that started yesterday. Did all the background work, well, downloaded all the documents and stuff. Haven't had a chance to read them yet, but I've got them. Did a bit of an overview of the case and then started to watch the actual trial to timestamp it. And heaven to Betsy, we're in for something cross between Darrell Brooks and Sarah Boone. I'm predicting, just quietly. So it's called the Sinister Stabbings Murder Trial, and it's about 52-year-old Toby Madden. Now, he was living with his long-term girlfriend of 27 years, Rachelle Brewsaugh. I'm gonna stuff that name up every time you watch. I apologise now. And they were living in Hamilton, which I think is in Brewer County, Ohio. This case is set in Ohio, and Madden is charged with 2 counts of murder and felonious assault by unaliving his 27-year girlfriend. Well, she was 50 at the time, but she'd been with him for 27 years, unaliving her with a knife approximately 55 times. Yeah, 55, approximately. Now, he claims someone else did it. Not sure where I've heard that before, but hey, Christine, welcome. He claims someone else did it because he apparently had a bounty on his head from a previous drug deal. Now, to say this man is a villain is probably an understatement. He's no stranger to the prison system. So this incident with the stabbing occurred in October 2022. And the case has been continued, I think, 3 times at this point, but it was set for trial starting yesterday, and it has begun finally. Now, he was indicted by the grand jury in December of 22 and been held on a $1 million bond. But he is currently serving. Let me go back. He's got multiple convictions to his name that include, but is not limited to, possession of drugs in 2021. Now, when I say possession of drugs, he was found with a suitcase containing 300 grams of meth. A suitcase. But he wasn't initially charged because the police wanted him to flip and turn state's witness and become an informant. He not so politely declined and chose prison. So he is currently incarcerated, serving the sentence from that crime at the moment. He's also had aggravated assault charges and prison time back in 1988. There was a few more. So, as I said, yeah, he told law enforcement that someone else did it because of apparently bounty on his head. Now, what was next? So, law enforcement found Rachelle's body in the home that they shared in Hamilton. Now, the pre-trial proceedings have been colourful. He has been through 5 public defenders. He's currently on his 6th, who I think actually asked to withdraw. He has had 2 motions to act as pro se. Both were granted, and he was deemed to be capable of defending himself. However, the second motion was withdrawn because the judge wouldn't issue a continuance. So he went, I haven't got time to do that. So that was shut down pretty quickly. So his defence counsel, I don't think particularly keen at the job that they have been allocated, just quietly, from the initial proceedings. He has been extremely disruptive in the courtroom in the pre-trial hearings and has had to be removed. What else? The jury was seated yesterday, and I thought, right, we'll jump straight into openings. But luckily, I started from the start and fast forwarded. But I thought I would show you just a quick clip of the pre-trial proceeding that he was disruptive to and how he spoke about his defence attorney. So let's have a look at this. Sorry. I'm only laughing because I know what's coming. Just put this up. Forgot to do that. Right. And how do I play that one? Maybe there. It's a different, there we go. The tiniest little.
I don't think it's any surprise that during the course of these proceedings, you have been disruptive to this court, rude to the court, and rude to your attorneys, and in fact, the court.
Can you hear that okay? I've got it boosted to 400, so if you can't hear it, let me know.
Advise that you threaten one of your attorneys. The court has had the opportunity to personally observe your behavior.
That wasn't true.
You can talk over me all you want. I'm trying to advise you of your rights, and I'm not going to be able to grant your right to represent yourself if you don't listen. Okay, so the reason that I bring this to your attention today, although you're already proving the point with your behavior today, is that the United States Supreme Court held in that case that I cited that it is essential to the proper administration of criminal justice that dignity, order, and decorum be the hallmarks of all court proceedings in our country. The flagrant disregard in the courtroom of elementary standards of proper conduct should not and cannot be tolerated.
So I lost my confidence, ma'am. I'm sorry, I did. I lost my confidence. I don't want to have to. I'm being forced to represent myself.
You're not being forced to represent yourself.
There is no way that I would let that man. I wouldn't trust him to take my puppy across the street on a deserted road.
Well, I've already ruled on the motion of Mr. Kramer's to withdraw, and I've gone through a number of cases with you and told you that it is not my intention to permit him to withdraw. The motion I have in front of me is whether you want to represent.
I would rather represent myself than let him be anywhere near me now.
All right, then we'll continue with the questions. And are you familiar with the rules?
Yes, so that is just a sample of what we're in for, peeps. So was the volume okay on that, Tricia? Just let me know if you can't hear it. Now, I've got the... Well, let me share the screen of another one, sorry. I had it queued up, ready to go, and that's the one there. Okay, so excellent, thank you. Now, does anyone want to go through any of the documents? Do you want to see the indictment, or there's quite a few letters that he's written. They're not very clear. His handwriting is terrible, and some of them are very faded. So we could go through them as we go if you want. I haven't read any of them. Otherwise, we can jump straight in and get to any documents should we feel the need as we go, which is probably a good idea. All right, brace yourselves. Now, this is just as it's outside the presence of the jury, and it's just as the trial is about to proceed. Okay, so, let's do it. It's just no audio on at the court at this second. All right, the defendant is the one in the right-hand side rear that just sat down in the light sort of checked shirt. One having the meltdown.
All rise.
Is the judge entering?
This court please back in session.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record in State versus Madden, CR 22-121675. The jurors are not present.
Good morning, Anthony P. You're in Ohio. Wow. Well, it only started yesterday, so it's a new one, and pretty much we're halfway through. Like, we've only just started the trial, but we're halfway through the actual, or almost halfway through by the time we get there. This video, so we may even be able to start day 2 once we get through this, because there's opening statements and one witness that I have seen in this stream. So this one is set apparently in Hamilton, which is apparently Beaufort County. Beaufort County, I don't know how you say it because I'm an Aussie and I'm in Melbourne, so I have no forthcoming information. So I hope this gentleman does not, or did not, or has not ever lived near you. Just saying. But welcome. Thank you for joining us. All right. So this is, as I said, outside the presence of the jury, and they're about to just start proceedings by introducing the attorneys and the the defendants having meltdown. It's yeah.
And at this time, counsel for the state, Mr. Burris and Mr. Hahn are present, along with Detective Horton.
Enjoy.
And Mr. Madden appears in person with counsel, Mr. Wilder. Just a few housekeeping details before we get started today. Counsel should have found on their table a packet of the jury instructions. Those are draft instructions. I don't expect you to comment on those today. I just wanted to give you a working copy so that as we go through the evidence in this case, you're able to make comments and request additions or corrections to those. The other thing I wanted to bring is we do have the media covering the trial. I have instructed that the jurors will not be filmed. If I would ask the counsel to police their own witnesses. If any of your witnesses do not wish to be on film, please let me know that prior to the witness taking the stand, and I will instruct the camera operators to not film that particular witness. Okay, so are we prepared to go forward, Mr. Burris?
With opening, yes. I know Michaela Madden, who has been the victim rep for most of this, is the daughter of the defendant and daughter of the deceased. I do believe wishes to exercise her martial law rights and be present for whatever part of the trial that she would be allowed to.
All right. Then, do you have any comment on that, Mr. Wilder?
Yeah, we would object to that.
Listen, I don't want to object to anything. I want to, this is about the family that I love. And, listen, yes, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it.
Judge, are we recording?
I believe we are.
I'm so,
Oh, yes, you are.
so
We need to
sorry.
take a recess?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a recess
I
and
love
we'll,
you.
Right, so we're all of 3 minutes into proceedings, and we're taking a recess because the defendant is losing his poop. Now that was brought on by the state. The first witness up is his daughter, Michaela Madden, and the state has asked that she reserve her right. So I think it's Marcy's rule where, as a victim, she can, and a family member, she can sit in the courtroom and listen to trial testimonies. And when it got to the defence's turn, they objected to that, and the defendant, lost it. So we have a recess, and we resume about half an hour later under caution of removal by the judge. Let me find it. It's at 40, I believe. Oh, yes, she just goes back through, pretty much repeats the same, and the jury instructions and stuff, and then we go to here. All right.
our assistant prosecutors,
So the
Brett
jury
Hurst
is
and
still
Michael Hahn,
not
and Detective Horton is
present.
also present. In addition, Mr. Madden is present with his counsel, Mr. Wilder.
So do you know the facts? Did you hear the start, Anthony? He's being charged with 2 counts of murder and felonious assault, and indicted by grand jury for stabbing his girlfriend of 27 years 55 times in October of 2022. Yeah. So that's where we're at.
Mr. Wilder, is there any need, do we need to address anything before the jurors are brought in?
Yes, I do believe we should, Your Honor, given what just occurred in court. I'm a little concerned about Mr. Madden's emotional state on seeing some of his family members. And at the chance that may repeat itself in front of the jury, I certainly don't want anything like that to be prejudicial to his defense or his case or his interests. So I do believe at this time, Mr. Madden, because of those reasons, the emotion of this and his family being here, I think he is preferring to be somewhere else in the courtroom, the courthouse, to watch by video, because I don't believe he can get through the portion of this, especially the beginning.
Okay, so he can unalive his girlfriend of 27 years 55 times, but he can't sit in a courtroom. Give him a Valium. Put your big girl britches on and get on with it. Sorry, I should say innocent until proven guilty. My bad. Good morning, Regina. I spied you on Brandy the other day.
Mr. Madden, you've heard Mr. Wilder's representation. Is that your, is what he expressed to the court, how you desire to proceed today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And
Yes, ma'am. For haven't seen.
Oh. I will add too that he has been deemed calm, fit to stand trial. He has been evaluated.
Look at haven't seen my family and now her family. I'm just look
Well, it appears that you have regained your composure, and I do want you to have a fair trial and to be able to participate with your counsel in your defense. We've gone over a number of cases in the past talking about disruptions in the courtroom. Those include Illinois versus Allen, 90 Supreme Court, 1057, and
You
out of
remember
our Court of
Bill and I versus Alan coming up how many times in the Darrell Brooks trial for the Waukesha parade? I remember that.
Appeals in the 12th District, State versus Cook.
He was remanded on $1 million bond after his indictment, but he is actually currently incarcerated serving a sentence for a previous drug possession of a suitcase full of 300 grams of meth.
2021, Ohio,
Be a naughty boy.
2157. And State versus Kilgore, 2006, Ohio, 2139. And as I indicated to you previously, we must have decorum in this courtroom and proceed without disruption. But I want to give you the opportunity to be here, but I can't let you disrupt the proceedings. So I'm going to give you one final caution and ask that you keep the decorum that these proceedings require. And if you fail to do that, I will have you removed from the courtroom, and we will take you to another room where you can view the trial on television, but you will not be in the courtroom so that we can proceed with these matters. Mr. Burris, is there anything that you wish to put on the record at this time?
I'm in agreement with the court. I was just going to say, I don't think he's had an outburst yet in front of the jury that warrants removal at this point.
Very well. Okay, and is there anything that you wanted to put on the record before we bring the jurors in?
I mean, the statement was made in front of defense counsel. I do feel like I probably have to supplement discovery in some way, so I will make an oral supplemental motion as to the statements that Mr. Madden made to family members and in front of the media. It's not actually some of them were from the court as well, that's on record. And then I will do it in supplemental discovery later on today when we get into it. I don't want to use the word prejudice, but obviously Mr. Wilder was right next to him, so he would have heard all the statements.
We stopped the proceedings after you had raised the issue of the victim's representative being in the courtroom and exercising her constitutional rights under Marcy's law. You heard the objection. Did you have any response that you wish to offer with regards to that? All right. At this time, I am going to permit the victim's representative to remain in the courtroom. Is there an expectation that that representative will be testifying at some point during the trial?
I believe she will be the first one.
All right. Okay. And the court will find then that there will be little to no prejudice given that the witness will be the first witness to testify. But if we need to revisit that issue, we certainly can do that. Okay. Anything else before, or do we need a few minutes before we start with opening statements?
Mr. Hahn's going to do the opening statement. I believe he's going to go.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jurors in.
Bring the jury.
I would make a motion for separation of witnesses. I don't know if you want to do that now or after opening, but the defense would move to separate all witnesses in this case, so no one's able to hear the testimony of the other before they're called to the stand.
And Mr. Burris, on that issue, I've already ruled that the victim's representative may remain in the courtroom. Are there any other witnesses in the courtroom that you anticipate will testify?
Not on behalf of the state of Ohio, however, I do believe Mr. Wilder is at least verbally indicated to be, you might be calling Miss Celeste. She is in the courtroom.
Oh, she was on your list too.
Yeah, but I'm not intending on calling her, but I'm not playing games with you that way. I'm just saying, she is in the courtroom, and you did verbally indicate to me that you may call her as a witness. So that's the one for you. That's one for you to address.
And just so the record's clear, that was on the list that the prosecutor gave me through email. Her name was on that list. I don't know if I would call her or not, so I would consider her a defense witness at this point and ask her to leave the courtroom.
Very well, thank you.
And I would also reiterate, I'm asking for my client to be addressed, because I don't think he should be in this courtroom and in front of this jury the way he's acting right now. I think it's prejudicial to him to do this in front of a jury. So I'm asking for him to be addressed on whether his appearance, he will waive it and go upstairs, because I think it would impact his defense in this case.
All right, and again, I will rely on the cases that I previously cited, and I'm going to proceed with caution on this issue so as to give Mr. Madden the fair trial that he deserves. And that we will have to see where things go, but I hope that he'll be able to remain collected and assist in his defense. With regard to separation of witnesses, I will grant that motion, again, permitting the victim's representative to remain in the courtroom as well as Detective Horton, who is the state's designee. Okay, so with that, anyone that, other than those two individuals that expects to testify in this trial will need to leave the courtroom, and we can bring the jurors in at this time.
All right.
Judge,
So they bring the jurors in and they read the jury instructions. And let's jump straight to it. 55 opening statements by the state.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see here, I have an opening statement prepared. However, sometimes things happen where you have to change on the fly. So I'm still going to give you this opening statement. However, I'm going to tell you something first up front. So probably 30 minutes ago from now, you all were back in the jury room. Mr. Madden was brought into the courtroom here. The record was on. We had to deal with some preliminary matters before you were all brought in. Mr. Madden saw Michaela Madden in the back of the courtroom, and the rest of family members. And he turned to them and said, as he made a motion of this, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it. I love you.
Dear. Good morning, Sharon.
That was
Hello.
recorded, and you're going to hear
Welcome.
that recording during this trial. You're also going to hear from witnesses that also heard it. Detective Horton heard it. He was sitting here. Michaela heard it. She was sitting there. He was talking right to her. So you're going to hear that in this trial.
Oh, it's been a shenanigans
Now,
already.
My plan is to give my opening statement that I did have prepared and explain to you what he didn't mean to do. And ladies and gentlemen, it's 55. That's the number that I want all of you to remember. You're going to hear that number a lot throughout this trial. And that's because that's the number of times that Toby Madden, that man sitting right there, stabbed Rachelle Brewsaugh on October 11th of 2022 and killed her. 55. He stabbed his girlfriend of over 20 years and the mother of his child 55 times. And because of this stabbing, he was
Morning,
charged and
Renee.
indicted on 4 counts.
Morning, little well.
I think it's important. I know
I can't call you learned hand knits. It just doesn't roll off the tongue properly. Good morning, all. Welcome. I'll give you all just a quick update. If you have not heard about this trial, it started yesterday. It's a 52-year-old man, Toby Madden, from Hamilton, Ohio. He's been charged with murder and felonious assault, 2 counts, for unloving his live-in long-term girlfriend of 27 years, stabbing her 55 times. But he didn't do it. Someone else did. Apparently, he's claiming there was a bounty on his head from a previous drug deal that involved a suitcase and 300 grams of methamphetamine. So he's been a naughty boy, quietly. He's the pretrial lead-up has been eventful. He has been disruptive and removed from the courtroom, and he is currently under caution by the judge as we speak for disruptive behaviour. This is pretty much going to be a cross between Darryl Brooks and Sarah Boone. He's had 5 public defenders. He's on his 6th. He's asked to be pro se twice, which was granted. But then it was, he withdrew it because the judge wouldn't grant him a continuance. So, yeah, it's been shenanigans already. They've already had a half-hour recess because he lost his shit before the jury even arrived. So, that's where we're at. And we've just started opening statements from the state. Buckle up, buttercups, because it's going off.
I know you heard it already from the judge in voir dire, but I think it's important that you hear the indictment. I'm going to read it to you. And I think it's important because I want you to understand these charges, and I want all of you to understand the elements that the state's going to prove to you throughout this trial. Count 1, murder. On or about October 11th of 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, Toby L. Madden did purposely cause the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh, which constitutes the offense of murder, an unclassified felony in violation.
Who was missing? The defendant was missing. He's actually currently incarcerated, serving his sentence out for the drug possession charges that he was. The police offered him to flip and become state witness and become an informant, and he not so politely declined and chose prison. Oh, maybe he'd absconded because he was being charged with this with the drug charges, perhaps. I don't know. I haven't looked into it that much. I was hoping to just come in as a juror and assess the evidence, but already I've just been. All right, let's go.
Violation of revised code 290302 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Ohio. Count 2, murder. On or about October 11th, 2022, in Butler County, Ohio, Toby L. Madden did cause the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh as a proximate result of the offenders committing or attempting to commit an offense of violence that is a felony of the first or second degree, and that is not a violation of section 290303 or 290304 of the revised code, which constitutes the offense of murder, unclassified felony in violation of 290302B. Count 3, felonious assault. And then in parentheses, serious physical harm. On or about October 11th of 2022, in Butler County, Ohio, Toby L. Madden did knowingly cause serious physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh, which constitutes the offense of felonious assault, serious physical harm, second degree felony in violation of 290311A1. And finally, count 4, felonious assault with a deadly weapon. On or about October 11th of 2022 in Butler County, Ohio, Toby L. Madden did knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm to Rachelle Brewsaugh by means of a deadly weapon or dangerous ordinance, which constitutes the offense of felonious assault with a deadly weapon, second degree felony in violation of 290311A2. That's what he's been charged with for what happened on October 11th of 2022. So I'm going to take you back to that time. On October 11th of 2022, Toby Madden and Rachelle Brewsaugh were living in a house at 1270 Parish Avenue in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio. They were living there and they were renovating that residence at the same time. And on October 11th of 2022, Rachelle had called the city of Hamilton, the utilities department, and asked that the gas be turned on because they didn't have any gas service there. So at 8 a.m. on October 11th of 2022, 4 City of Hamilton utility workers came out to the residence at 1270. And you're going to hear from all 4 of them. They're going to explain to you how they went up to the door, knocked at 8 a.m. She answered. She let them in. She had a big dog. They had a big dog in this residence. She showed them the way to the basement. They needed to go see the furnace and do some work on the furnace. So she showed them the way to the basement, and she sat on the couch near the front door holding the dog so the dog wouldn't bother them. And as they go downstairs into the basement, they go through an adjacent room right next to where she's sitting on the couch with the dog. And these city workers are going to tell you that there was a male in a chair covered by a blanket, and he was sitting there sleeping. And he didn't get up. He was just there. He didn't say anything to him. So they go downstairs into the basement, and they run their tests on the gas lines, but apparently there's something wrong with the furnace. The furnace doesn't work, so they cannot turn on the gas. So around 8:30 a.m., they go back upstairs out of the basement. They tell Rachelle, the male's still sleeping in the chair. I believe he tells one of the workers, like, what's up, or something to that effect. They walk past him. They go into that front room with Rachelle sitting there with the dog, and they tell her, I'm sorry, we can't turn the gas on to your house. The furnace is broken, and you need to get the furnace fixed first.
They did say it. I know one of them is Wilder. Leave it with me. I'll have a look whilst you're watching.
And they leave at about 8:30 a.m., all four of them. And they're all four going to tell you that they saw Rachelle as they left, and she was alive and well. And that the house, furniture is not in any disarray. The furniture that is in there is in its correct place. So the next thing you're going to hear, then is at noon, so 3.5 hours later, Hamilton Police Department gets a 911 call. And they respond out because Rachelle's been stabbed and killed. So you're going to hear from first responders, Officer Katie Johnson and Officer Taras Bolchikov, who at the time was with Hamilton PD in 2022. He's no longer with HPD. He's now with Warren County. But you're going to hear from she's a detective now, but Officer Johnson at the time, you're going to hear from her, and she's going to tell you how that when she arrives, she goes into the house, and there's Toby Madden on top of Rachelle trying to do CPR on what is clearly a deceased person. She pulls him off, gets him outside, hands him off to Officer Bolchikov, who takes him outside to the sidewalk. And what else, the other thing that Officer Johnson's going to tell you is that when she goes through that house, there is absolutely no signs of forced entry by anyone. Doors are locked, back doors locked. You're going to see these pictures. There's no breaks in the door jamb in the front door. Windows are intact. And Officer Bolchikov is going to tell you that, yes, he was acting hysterically inside when Officer Johnson went in there and pulled him off. But as he gets Toby Madden outside on the sidewalk, Toby then asks for a cigarette. And then wants to go back inside because he says he needs to get his jacket and his wallet. Of course, Officer Bolchikov doesn't allow this, and Toby gets mad at Officer Bolchikov for that. The next thing you're going to hear is you're going to hear from Ann Mayers. Ann Mayers is a neighbor who lived at 1260 Parish Avenue, which is right next door, and these houses are close together. She's going to testify, and she's going to tell you that she was sitting on her porch in the morning around 9 a.m., between 9 and 9:30, and she sat out there every morning with her sister that she lived with and drank her coffee. This morning was a little different on October 11th. She heard a scream, and she said that she's going to tell you that it comes from the direction of 1270, so her left, as she's sitting on the porch.
That's an understatement, Anthony.
She's also
isn't it?
going to tell you that at that time, on October 11th of 2022, she was 73 years old, and she wore hearing aids, and she didn't have a mitt that morning, but she still heard the scream, but she wasn't exactly sure what it was. She's going to tell you she didn't know if it was a woman screaming or if it were kids playing in the neighborhood. So she didn't do anything about it. She went inside, and she's going to tell you that she went inside and ate breakfast. But then when she comes back outside after breakfast, she's going to tell you that now there's police activity in there, out in the yard and in the street. And she didn't come back out for a while. And she watched all that police activity, and she heard Toby Madden tell police officers out in the yard that there were 3 city workers that came into my house. You're also going to hear from Michaela, Rachelle's daughter, Toby's daughter. She's going to tell you about her parents' relationship. She's going to tell you how they moved from place to place over the years. She's going to tell you about the on-again and off-again nature of their relationship and the bumpy relationship. She's going to also tell you, as I said before, what he just said to her right here in this courtroom while the record was running. You're also going to hear from Detective Aaron Huckey. He works with the Hamilton Police Department. He's going to testify and tell you that he arrived at the scene on October 11th of 2022. And the first thing that he noticed when he went into that house at 1270 Parish is he's going to tell you how he's hit with the smell of rubbing alcohol. And then he's going to explain to you how he goes through that house and he takes pictures, inside and outside. And you're going to see all these pictures for yourself. And you're going to see in these pictures that there is no forced entry. You're going to see in these pictures there was clearly a struggle inside of this house at 1270 Parish. There's going to be an entertainment center overturned, other furniture pushed around, out of place. And you're going to see the pictures.
All right. I found out the defense attorney is Lucas Wilder and the prosecutor is Michael Gmose. Mose? Mm. Yeah. And this incident happened in October 2022. I think it's had 3 continuances so far, and it was requested by the defendant for a 4th when he requested for the second time to go pro se, which it was not granted. Well, he was granted the permission or capable of going pro se, but withdrew the motion when the continuance was not granted.
Of Rachelle's body laying on the floor, deceased with 55 stab wounds in her body. And the blood that is all over the wall and the window and the floor.
Good morning, Kelly. Welcome.
Then you're going to hear from Dr. Russell Updegrove, who performed the autopsy on Rachelle's body. He's going to explain to you how he performs an autopsy and how he performed the autopsy on her body. And he's going to guide you through the pictures of the autopsy. And you're going to see in those pictures the stab wounds that are in her legs, that are in her arms, in her back, in her torso, and in her head. And then he's going to go through the pictures of the piercing wounds.
That's a frenzied attack. That's not an accident.
Through her liver, through her lungs, and through her heart. That all came from 55 stab wounds. Then you're going to hear from Detective Robert Horton. He's the leading investigator in this case. And he's going to tell you that on October 11th of 2022, that he interviewed Toby Madden. And that Toby Madden implied to him that 3 utility workers from the city of Hamilton did this. They killed Rachelle.
Of course they did.
And he's also going to tell you that Toby Madden told him in that interview that people were out to get him. And then he follows that up with, but he doesn't know anyone that would want to hurt Rachelle. And Detective Horton is going to tell you how he photographed Toby Madden photograph scratches on his arms, on his torso, and on his chest.
Hence why I said it's Sarah Boone-esque and Daryl Brooks-esque. If they had a love child, this is who they would produce, I reckon.
He's going to tell you that on October 11th at the scene, that he collected a black backpack at the scene that contained a red-handled Swiss Army knife. And that Swiss Army knife appeared to be wet. And he's going to tell you how he went to Rachelle's autopsy. And he collected the black Planet Fitness t-shirt that she was wearing when she was murdered. And you're going to see the holes in that shirt. And he's also going to tell you that he collected a sample of her DNA when he went to that autopsy. And then he's going to tell you that about 2 weeks after the murder, he discovers that Toby Madden went to Kroger the night before the murder on October 10th. And he went to the Kroger on Route 4 and Grand Boulevard in the city of Hamilton. And that's very, very close to 1270 Parish. And he's going to tell you that he pulls video from Kroger. And you'll see the video, and you'll see the still shots from it. And Detective Horton takes note of what Toby Madden is wearing in that video. He's got on a green vest and a gray shirt. And he purchases some candy bars and miscellaneous items. And Detective Horton is then going to tell you how, because of that video and those clothes that he was wearing on October 10th, he obtains a search warrant, goes back into 1270 Parish, and then he finds that green vest and that gray shirt in the basement and finds that Kroger bag. And when he finds that green vest and gray shirt, he sees blood on it. And these are different from the clothes that Toby Madden was wearing when the police showed up on October 11th. Because you'll see in the pictures, he has on a bright yellowish neon colored shirt. And then the next thing you're going to hear is from Detective Doug Trenum. Detective Trenum went in on October 11th into 1270 Parish, and he saw blood stains in the bathroom sink. They were visible to the naked eye, and he collected those blood samples. And he's also going to tell you that there were blood stains and blood in that sink that wasn't visible to the naked eye. And he's going to explain to you how he figured that out and how he found those. And he collected those samples of that blood. He's also going to explain to you that 2 weeks later, after Detective Horton finds these clothes, Detective Trenum takes blood samples off of the green vest and the gray shirt. And he sends all of those samples up to the Bureau of Criminal Investigation in London, Ohio. Now, you'll probably hear all of us refer to that as BCI, but that is the Bureau of Criminal Investigation. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear from Catherine Daly from BCI. And she's going to come down here and she's going to tell you she's a forensic scientist and that she tested all of these samples that were sent to them from the Hamilton Police Department. And what she's going to tell you is that Rachelle's blood is in that sink. Rachelle's blood is on that green vest. Rachelle's blood's on that gray shirt. Ladies and gentlemen, every trial is like a puzzle. When you build a puzzle, and in that trial, every witness that you hear from, they're giving you pieces to that puzzle. Every exhibit that you're going to see is giving you pieces to that puzzle. And as you all know, when you do a puzzle as a kid or whoever does them, even still now, when you're putting that puzzle together, you figure out what the picture is even before you get all the pieces. And throughout this trial, you're going to get those pieces. And you're going to see that that puzzle reveals Toby Madden. And we're going to stand back up here and we're going to ask you to find him guilty on all 4 counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn.
Right now, it's, oh, I'm not sure. I think so, yes. I think so. Now, I've never seen what happens next. Never. So maybe you might be able to shed some light on this. Learned hand knits. Little out.
Mr. Wilder, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Judge, will we have a quick sidebar?
Sure.
So they go into a quick sidebar. Whilst they're doing that, Russell is the coroner, is it? Is it a male or a female, or have you seen them testify before? I'm tipping that it's going to be a nasty report. But given my medical background, the ME is the bit that I look forward to the most in the trial, because I understand the terminology and the workings of what they're saying, basically. So that's the scientific part is what interests me with the medical examiner. But he only said there was 2 detectives and like the lead investigator, 2 detectives, and then the forensic scientist. He didn't mention an ME. Russell Updigro. Is he good? Is he thorough? Has he been on any cases that we've watched together before? I don't recognise the name. Come on. L.
For reasons just stated in the sidebar, which
Here you go. Never seen this before. Never seen this happen.
Okay, Mr. Wilder.
Yes, Judge, for reasons just stated in the sidebar, which I won't go into now, the defense this time is not making an opening statement, but we reserve the right to make that opening statement during our case in chief.
Very well. All right, could the
What
state
the-
please call its first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
What the? What happens there? I don't understand. Why would they not want to make an opening statement? Please explain. So, the first witness up is Michaela Madden, the defendant's daughter. No, I haven't seen that one. But as long as he's good and thorough, that's good with me.
On the stand behind, we call Michaela Madden, please.
This poor woman is distraught. Can you imagine having to face your father, who is accused of stabbing your mother 55 times? Yes, it is. Please explain.
You may proceed, Mr. Burris.
Good pick up,
Wherever's
Bird.
comfortable for you is fine.
Pretty soon you'll be eating bangers and mash. Driving a Holden.
Are all of the jurors able to see the witness stand with the podium there? Okay, that'll be fine.
Have you got any idea why they would choose not to make an opening statement, Erdhef? You seem to be pretty wise in the US legal department.
Good afternoon, young lady. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your first and
Go on,
last
then.
name, please?
Michaela Madden. It's McKayla, last name Madden, Madden.
And I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot to ask Miss Madden. I know there's
to be honest, the only reason that Aussie people know about that is because it was funny, the way it was said. That's all. Not because of her political agenda or anything like that. Maybe they want to hear the state's case before they decide what direction they want to spend. Okay. Yeah, they said that they would reserve the right to use their opening statements in their case in chief. So, yeah, I've never seen it before either. Never. Bizarre. But this trial has already been bizarre, and it's only an hour in. And half an hour of that was at recess because the defendant lost it.
Recording going on, TV recording.
Ma'am, these proceedings are being filmed. Do you have any objection to being filmed?
Thank you, Judge. I apologize. And Miss Madden, what part of town do you
Oh, that's a bit loud, sorry.
currently live in?
Westchester, Ohio.
And I'm going to give you a few names if you can tell me how it is that you know these individuals. Do you know a person by the name of Rachelle Brewsaugh?
Yes, she's my mother.
Okay.
Awesome.
Do you know an individual by the name of Toby Madden?
Yes, my father.
Okay. Do you see Toby Madden in the courtroom today? If you could please point to him and describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is he's wearing.
She doesn't even want to
He's
look at him.
wearing a plaid shirt and khakis.
Okay, Your Honor, I've asked the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant, Toby Madden.
The record will so reflect.
And ma'am, how old are you right now?
I'm 26.
Okay. And are your parents married?
No,
Are they boyfriend and girlfriend?
I guess you can say.
Okay. Do you know how long they have been in a relationship?
Probably 28 years.
Okay. Probably ever since you were around the time
Yeah,
you were born and
before
leading up
me.
to that? Okay.
Too.
And you were here in the courtroom before the jury came out, weren't you?
Yes,
Okay. Where were you seated?
over in the corner there.
Okay, were you seated in probably the
Third row.
third row? And whereabouts were you seated?
By the window.
Okay. Did you see your father, Toby Madden, walk into the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you hear Toby Madden say something to you,
Yes.
or say something really in front of a lot of people?
Yes. In front of everyone.
Okay. The detective was there.
Yes.
The media was there.
Yes.
Okay. What did you hear your dad say to you?
I'm sorry. We got into an altercation, and I basically am the one that did it. Basically, found it guilty. I love you. Don't hate me.
That's the defendant sobbing.
On October 11th, 2022, the day that your mother was allegedly stabbed several times at this point, where was your mother living?
Parrish Avenue.
Okay. If I told you the address was 1270 Parrish Avenue, does that sound about right?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Yes. Is that located in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
Mhm.
I don't like it. Just don't like it. I don't like it. Don't like this.
And I know it's a couple years ago now, so if you don't know, it's okay. Do you know about how long your mom had been living at that address?
Not for long. She was trying to basically renovate it, get it up to date.
Do you know how it is that your mom started living there, or who helped her
My
get that house?
Aunt Sherry, she helped get establish the housing to get her somewhere where she could be stable.
Do you know when Rachelle initially
It's Rachelle,
moved
not
into that
Michelle.
residence? Did anybody move in with her? Do you know?
No, not really. It was supposed to just be for her.
Okay. Did your mom have a dog?
Yes,
Okay. Can you describe, do you know what kind of dog it your mom had?
A big fat bulldog pit bull,
Don't tell me you did something to the dog.
gray and white.
Mhm.
When you
That's
say
enough for
big,
me to leave.
how big?
Oh, fat, very fat. Wide too.
Like over 100 pounds big?
He's probably 80, probably 80.
Okay. Had you ever been over to that house at 1270 Parish?
Yes,
Okay. How many times would you say that you've been there?
quite a few times to see the progress.
Okay. What was going on inside of the residence?
The flooring was being replaced. Basically, she was working on that. New cabinets were coming in. She's getting some furniture in the house.
At some point, did you become aware that your father, Toby, sort of moved into that house?
Yes,
Do you know in relation to when it is, I'm sorry, strike that, let me ask it this way. Do you know how long that your mother had been living at that house on 1270 Parish before your dad moved in?
probably the end of September.
Okay. So Toby did not move in right away.
No,
And actually,
Oh,
if I can approach the witch.
okay.
when was that? I haven't heard of that one. That's nasty. The the trial that really got me before I started on here was the um, the Border Patrol. I'll have to look it up. I can't remember his name now, but yeah, and that involved his baby, and that was awful, awful. I just don't understand people. 2017. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that was before I got into trials, but I'm happy to look it up.
And I apologize.
If you've got any requests, send them through.
If I may approach with
Yeah, I might do a recap on it.
I'm showing defense counsel what's been marked as state's exhibit 4.
I shall make a note of it.
I may approach the witness.
You're right.
Do you recognize what's in state's exhibit number 4?
Yes,
Okay. What is in state's exhibit number 4?
the parish house that she was living in.
Okay. Does that photograph truly, fairly, and accurately depict
Yes.
the residence?
Yes.
You are not asked for permission to publish to the jury.
Any objections to Butler?
No objection.
Right, permission is granted.
You want it up here?
I think is it going to go on the?
I think because of my medical background, I can handle things probably a little bit better than the average, just because I've pretty much seen and done a lot of it. Well, not that I've stabbed anyone, but yeah, being in nursing, you deal with life and death all the time, and yeah, so I think I've been desensitized somewhat, which is why I can tackle some of the more difficult cases. But well, Udaheff will like that one. I'll definitely, it's on my list. Cool. Actually, the one coming up next week that I'm planning, yeah, doozy.
What do I need to do?
Using your computer or,
I was gonna use the computer. Sorry. Should I use Elmo?
it's on our screen.
All right, it should be on the screen in front of you as well. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit number 4?
The parish avenue house.
Okay. That's a house that your mom, I'm sorry, that your aunt was renting, or kind of on a land contract for your
Land
mom.
contract.
On October 11th, 2022, was your mom working somewhere?
Yeah.
Where was she working?
It was Magnolia Groves in Loveland, Ohio.
Okay. And what was her job there?
She was a nurse.
Prior to your mom moving into 1270 Parish Avenue, do you know where your mom was living?
She was staying with my cousin for a while. Ginger Halcombe.
Okay.
Charlie Ritgers. Who's Charlie Ritgers? Is that another case? Jody, did you cover the podcast? No, I didn't. I've only started on YouTube at the end of April of this year, so it hasn't been very long. But the case I was just referring to, the one that I was watching before I started, was the Ronald Burgess Alvarez trial. He was the Border Patrol agent, and he killed his mistress, who was Griselda Hernandez, and their 1-year-old son, Dominic. That was horrific. That was nasty. So Charlie Ritgers is a trial that you'd like me to cover. Is that right? The Pike County massacre, that's only, I've heard of it. I think it's fairly recent, isn't it? I've searched so many trials. They all roll into one, unfortunately. Sorry.
At some point, did
Charlie Ritgers.
your mom living down in Covington?
Yes.
Hey, do you know the time frame of when your mom was living in Covington?
It would have to be, sorry, my brain. Probably around, I want to say June 2022.
Okay. Do you know how long she had lived down in Covington?
Not for long.
Okay. Who was she living down in Covington with?
Cousin.
Your dad?
Mhm.
Okay. Have you ever been down to Covington to see
Yes.
your mom and your dad?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever hear your dad have an argument with Rachelle regarding her not being faithful?
Yes.
Tell us about that if you would, please.
Many times he would accuse her of cheating or being a prostitute, but she was not.
Did you and your mom live together at some point prior to Covington?
Yeah.
Where did you guys live?
Athens in Loveland, Ohio, a townhome.
Townhome? Why didn't you get, I'm sorry, who was the first one that got that town?
Me and my mom,
Okay. Was there anybody else that was living with you there?
my daughter's father.
Okay. Were your daughters living there as well? I'm sorry. your
Yeah,
daughter?
yeah.
At some point, did Toby move into that apartment or a townhome?
Yes.
Assume you weren't too happy about that?
No.
Safe to say your mom and dad had an on and off again relationship over the years?
Very.
I think I just have two more pictures. National Defense Counsel, Mr. Marcus, States Exhibit 110.
Sorry.
I may approach witness.
You may.
States Exhibit 110, do you recognize what is depicted in States Exhibit 110?
Yes.
How do you know what's in States Exhibit 110?
It's a vest that he used to wear all the time.
Okay, and who is he?
Toby Madden.
Your dad?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen your dad wear that vest?
Yes.
You're not asked for permission ask for 110 to be admitted with permission.
Any objections for Wilder?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
Ms. Madden, we're almost done here. If you look at States Exhibit 110, what is it that we're looking at here?
We're looking at his vest that he wore quite often.
Okay.
Get away from the mic. Feedback.
Well, let's show Defense Counsel, States Exhibit 179. Showing you what's marked as States Exhibit 179. Who is depicted in States Exhibit 179?
My mother, Rachelle Brewsaugh.
That's a picture of her at the morgue.
Oh,
Yes, it is.
I don't know if they're going to publish or what they're going to publish, so yeah. Better to be safe than sorry.
Another question, John. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Wilder.
Get a tissue. Put it on the back of your hand. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ms. Madden. Is it okay if I call you Michaela?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a few questions here. If you don't understand them or if they're confusing, just let me know and I'll try to rephrase it for you. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to start with, you were questioned about something that your father said to you when he entered the courtroom today. When's the last time you saw your father?
Last time I saw him, I don't know, it was maybe in the earliest of October of 2022.
So it's been close to 2 years.
Yes.
And fair to say that in the last 2 years, you've not had the ability to see your
Yeah.
father. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Were you emotional when you saw him today, like he was when he saw you?
Yeah, I would say so.
You talked
Maybe
about
different
the
type of emotion, though.
Parish Avenue with Soul Picture. Isn't it true that you actually took your dad Toby to Parish?
I've never took Toby to Parish Avenue.
How many times do you think you were over at the Parish Avenue address? I think you said several times.
Yes, several times.
And you were over there to check on the renovation?
I was there to pick up my daughter.
So you were just there to pick your daughter up? You
Quite
weren't
a
there
few
to
times,
check?
and I've seen the renovations too.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that place on Parish was a mess when your mom first started trying to get that
I mean, it
together?
wasn't put together, but it wasn't super messy. She's an OCD lady.
Did you go into Parish Avenue address every time that you went there?
No, most of the time, yeah.
And you would see a lot of tools, a lot of materials trying to get that house up to shape. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Remodeling. I'm sorry.
Remodeling.
Did you speak to the neighbors around your mom at all?
No, the ones in the blue house were weird.
You said the ones in the blue house were weird.
Yeah.
Did you see any people in that area that appeared to be under the influence of drugs when you went to Parish? Did you see people out and about that appeared to be?
No, not really.
Are you aware of whether the area around Parish Avenue, which is not only 5 minutes from this courthouse, is a drug area? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Did you notice the broken window on the Parish Avenue house?
Yes.
Were you aware that 5 days before your mom was murdered, there was a burglary at the house? Were you aware of that?
No.
When you went in the house, isn't it true that there were boards placed up in front of windows?
No.
There wasn't?
No, there was no boards placed up on the windows.
I noticed in the exhibit you were showing a picture of the house, there was an open trespassing sign. You saw that, correct?
Yeah, it's always been there.
Any indication why that's there?
The owner of the house before had it there.
And it's something that your mom kept up, correct? Were you aware if people were getting in that house trespassing?
No.
How many entrances are there to that house?
There's the back door, and then there's the front door.
Is the backyard fenced in any way?
No.
So if someone were walking down the street and saw Parish Avenue, they could walk around the back of the house and,
On the sides, there was fences.
I'm sorry, what?
On the sides, there was fences.
Okay, so you can't, unless you live there, you couldn't get into the backyard?
Mm-mm.
So you're saying it was gated off?
Well, the back part wasn't gated off, but both sides were fenced in.
Are you aware of anyone doing work to the back door in the few days before your mother was murdered?
No.
Now, you seem to insinuate or testify that Toby wasn't supposed to be at Parish. Is that what you were trying to
I
tell us?
mean, no, he really wasn't, but he always comes. He's like a stray cat.
It's like a stray cat.
Yeah, he always follows.
Were you aware that her sister Sherry had asked Toby to come and assist with some of the renovation because someone named Casey Ward was not doing his job? Is that something you're aware of?
No.
You know who Casey Ward is?
Yes, I think he's.
Were you aware he was being provided money to help with that house?
Yes.
But you're not aware that Toby was being asked to do stuff to help up?
No.
Help. That would be news to you
Yeah.
if you found that out.
Yeah.
When you went out to Parish these several times, you said to pick up your daughter and you saw the residence. Did you ever see Toby there?
Yeah.
And was your mom Rachelle there as well?
Yes.
Did you see anything unusual between the two of them when you were out there at the house, Parish?
Look like they always are in an argument. That's for sure.
And they've been together 27 years, is that right?
28.
28 years. Do you believe that Toby was trying to assist with the renovation in all of that house?
No.
No, thanks.
Sorry. No.
But fair to say that even a few days before your mom was murdered, that Toby is around the house and your mom is renovating that house on Parish, correct?
Yeah.
And Toby is still in her life.
Yeah.
When's the last time you spoke to your father? I asked you when the last time you saw him. When's the last time you spoke to him?
He contacted me not too long ago.
Over the phone?
Mm-hmm. I answered.
Did you ever observe your mother hit Toby?
No.
You ever saw her strike him in any way? You did mention that Toby may have been upset or said something to the effect that your mom was cheating on him or was a prostitute. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Is that something you heard with your own ears or is that something that someone else told you?
No, I've heard it with my own ears.
Was your mom in the presence as well or did he just
No.
tell you? Sorry, we kind of talked over there. When he said this to you, was it just you and him one-on-one?
Yes.
Your mom wasn't there?
Yes.
Did you ever know if your mom had ever hit your dad with a baseball bat or a bat of any kind?
No,
Have you ever taken your father to the hospital because of any injuries he may have received from your mother?
no,
Did you ever happen to see any video recording of an incident where your mother had done something to you?
no.
Judge, that's all I have. Oh, one more thing.
Okay.
I told you it was not as big as one used to. I got a few more here. You know Colleen Shaw?
Yeah,
How long have you known her?
since I was, let's see, 6th grade.
6th grade?
Yeah.
You know Tim Madden?
Yeah.
How do you know Tim Madden?
My uncle.
What about Bailey Shaw?
Yeah,
How do you know Bailey?
that's Colleen's son.
When's the last time you talked to Colleen?
Not too long ago.
To your knowledge, is Colleen a friend of Toby and Rachelle's?
Was my mom's friend, yeah.
Same thing with Bailey? She's friends.
That's her son.
Would he be friends with Toby and Rachelle?
I guess you could say. Not really friends. He's a kid,
Are you aware that Colleen Shaw used to hang out with your mom and dad? Is that
Yeah.
anything you know? Did that happen a lot?
When we were younger, yeah. When I was younger.
To your knowledge, was Colleen Shaw hanging out with your mom and dad in the, let's say, the month before she was murdered? Is that anything you know?
No.
Judge, that's all I think.
Okay, thank you. Redirect.
I don't believe I have any questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Would like to subject this matter to
Was the similarities? I don't like it. I don't like it.
possibly.
Very well.
Please
Ma'am, I'm going to
explain.
you step down at this time. And as you heard Mr. Burris say, please be available in case you're needed for further testimony. Okay? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you for the evening. I know it's been a long day, and again, I appreciate your patience with us. We will go a full day tomorrow, so I'd like you to be here promptly at 9 so we can get started. Again, I will give you a mid-morning break, mid-afternoon break, and we will have a lunch break as well. If you, again, need to let people know where you are, you're certainly welcome to do that, to give the court's phone number, but you may not talk about this case with anyone, and you may not do any kind of investigation, and you may not read anything about, watch anything about it that may be on the media or on the internet, okay?
All right. Anyone want to continue on with day 2? Because it's going right now live. And I'm up for it. So I reckon we jump across. What do you say? Let's have a look see. So we're about an hour in, which that up there. Let's get the CCs happening. Full screen, and let's share. Not that one. This one. Okay. Day 2. Woohoo! Bring it. Unmute. Oh, let me boost it. 1 second. Boost. CCs. Okay. Just no audio in the courtroom. Un momento, per favore. Come on. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not me.
Good morning. Please be seated.
Morning, Your Honor. We're here on Sable versus Toby Madden, CR 2022-12. 1675, defendant is present before the court along with his attorney, Mr. Lucas Wilder, Brad Burris, and Mike Combs. On behalf of Sable High, Detective Robert Horton from the Hamilton Police Department. I know we're set to start back up for jury trial at 9 o'clock, but there was a motion for mistrial that was late yesterday, and I believe that's on the court's docket. What do you find this morning?
Yes, thank you. And I will note for the record that the jurors are not present at this time. The court has had the opportunity to review the motion for mistrial as well as the state's memorandum in opposition. Mr. Wilder, is there anything else that you would like to put on the record at this time?
Judge, no, I think my motion quite clearly indicates what argument I'm making here. And I just would note, I don't know, it was one of the very first things that was presented to the jury. I don't think that's in my motion, but that's all I would add.
Very well. And does the state have any response other than what's contained in its written memorandum?
Yes, Your Honor, we would add in, leave that cases in the motion that we filed, but I believe the standard for a mistrial is reported out in State v. and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, Hoerig, Hoerig. It's a 2020 12th district case. Is test for prosecutorial misconduct is whether the remarks were improper, and if so, whether they're prejudicially affect the accused's substantial rights. And the prosecutor it goes on to say that the prosecutor is not allowed to express his personal.
So it sounds like the defense has put in a motion for mistrial because the prosecutors used the defendant's tanty and statements that he made during the tanty as the beginning of their opening statements. So they're accusing of prosecutorial misconduct by the sounds of it.
Belief or opinion as to the credibility of a witness or as to the guilt of the accused, or allude to the matters which will not be supported by admissible evidence, and must avoid insinuations and assertions which are calculated to mislead the jury. First of all, I would add that there were no objections made during the opening statement by defense counsel. The motion was filed in the evening after we had concluded for the day. There's nothing, but for counsel being able to watch it on playback because TV was here, it wouldn't have been filed because he didn't make the motion at the time. And what I said was an interpretation of the evidence as it will be presented in court. There was nothing that was said that won't be admitted into evidence. And also that, counsel, it's our assertion that defense counsel is interpreting what happened yesterday in a different light than the state is, and it's for the jury to decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, if I may.
Sure.
Yesterday, what happened in court was Mr. Madden, while it was on TV and what he directed towards his family at that moment, that was an unusual circumstance. Suffice to say, the objection wasn't made at that point because I wasn't for sure exactly what he was doing over here. But the reality is we do have video of it once I did review it. We're not going by what was said, what was repeated by what Mr. Madden said. The problem was the motions that were made, the straightforward motions, 3 in a row, slowly, deliberately, with pinpointed out, because that is not even close to what Mr. Madden did. And prosecutor even alluded to that all these witnesses who are here are going to testify to that. Michaela was the first witness, and all she testified to was what he actually said, not what he did. And the problem with what was said in the opening is that's the first thing the jury hears, and the jury is being told that these witnesses are going to come in and tell you about this forward stabbing motion of 3 times, and she didn't even do that, the very first witness. So there wasn't an objection at the time, but we heard from Michaela, and all she talked about was the statement. She did not mention anything at all about the referencing of the motion that was made by the prosecutor. That is our basis of our motion. It's not what he said, it's what the action was, because this case falls onto one of his counts is felony murder in the A section, which is purposeful. There's also a chance maybe at this trial that there's evidence or testimony that may end up having to fit into potentially a manslaughter charge. But the actions that the prosecutor indicated there is not what was done in court. It is an opening statement, but that's the first thing that the jury heard. We think that's prejudicial. We think it's affected his right to a fair trial right off the bat, because we've even heard from one witness who did not testify, and the same thing that the prosecutor indicated was going to occur.
Thank you. All right. Well, the court will note that opening statements are not evidence, and I did in fact instruct the jury to that very thing. The jurors are the judges of the facts in this case, as I've already indicated to the jurors, and they ultimately determine what the evidence shows or what it doesn't show. I'm not going to find that there was any misconduct on behalf of the state of Ohio. I think the jurors need to interpret the evidence that's put in front of them to the best of their ability, and they will determine what is credible and not credible. And fortunately, in this case, there is a video of what was said in the courtroom, what actions may or may not have been made in the courtroom. And if either side chooses to introduce that video evidence, then those jurors will have firsthand the ability to determine what the evidence actually showed. With the argument that it is potentially prejudicial to the defendant, the court will just note for the record that the defendant was the one that created the actions and or statements in the courtroom of his own volition, and that's just something that's going to have to be dealt with. But again, the court did advise the jurors that opening statements are not evidence. They will be the jurors of the facts to determine what actually occurred based on what's put in front of them. And I just also wanted to note that there was something in the motion for mistrial about the media coverage. And I did also order the jurors not to watch any media coverage of this trial, and will continue to order that. So I don't think that the fact that it was covered by the media is in any way prejudicial to the defendant, since I'm going to presume that the jurors have followed my orders. So I'm going to respectfully deny the motion for a mistrial. I did want to explain a little bit better one of the rulings that I made yesterday. We had talked about the defendant's potential removal from the courtroom on several occasions. And we have talked about the cases that apply when a defendant is disruptive in the courtroom. And after this incident occurred, there was a request. The court was advised that the defendant would waive his right to be inside of the courtroom. This was a highly emotional situation, and the court did not find that it could properly find that the defendant was knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waiving his right to be present in the courtroom. And that is based upon the history of this case, where at pretty much every juncture, this defendant has been adamant that he wanted to appear in the courtroom. And we've gone back and forth about what would cause the court to remove him from the courtroom. We participate, the jury.
Yeah. Bring the jury. Or not. Skip ahead. They must be having a recess. And they start again. Right.
There are 4 utility workers: Brian Short, Tyler Nath, Stanley Brock, and Rick Riestenberg, that do not wish to be on camera.
Okay, so I would ask that the camera operator comply with those requests. We will allow the sound to be recorded, but not their video images to be displayed. Okay, anything else before we bring the jurors in, Mr. Wilder?
Just to reiterate the separation of witness order.
That continues to be in effect. So anything other than the victim's representative or Detective Horton that intends to testify must not be in the courtroom during these proceedings.
Thank you, Judge. That's all.
Seems a little bit more composed today. So I think they've got the detectives or lead investigator up next, law enforcement at least. from my memory. Let me see if I can find the list.
Okay, please be seated.
Please be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone have any violations of the court's recess instructions that they need to report? Okay. All right, then we'll continue with our case. The state may call its next witness.
Yes, I would say I would call Detective Catherine Johnson.
No, there's no list that I can see. Maybe there's one on another feed. I actually think there's only one feed for this trial.
Thank you, Lauren. Good morning, Detective.
Yeah.
Please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name.
Yes, Catherine
Yeah.
Johnson, Katherine Johnson.
And where are you currently employed?
City of Hamilton.
At least
What is
they're
your
not
current, job
red solo
description,
cup.
current job duties with the City of Hamilton?
I'm a detective.
What does it mean to be a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department?
We receive reports and solve crimes in the city that residents would have complained about.
I like that color green.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Detective, if you would speak into that microphone, I think that'll help.
Yes.
And if it doesn't help, let me know.
Okay.
I apologize.
Hello. Job.
Sorry about that. Is that better? Okay.
All right, tell us what your job duties are being a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
Okay, I'm a detective, as I said, and I speak to residents every single day trying to solve crimes that they have reported has happened to them.
What sort of crimes are you currently investigating or do you currently investigate?
Currently, I work on really everything, but mostly child crimes. So sex abuse, any kind of child abuse.
Okay. And then I want to direct your attention back to October 11th of 2022. Were you working for the City of Hamilton Police Department then?
Yes,
And what was your job assignment at that point with the City of Hamilton Police Department?
I was a patrol officer.
What does it mean to be a patrol officer?
I respond to calls that come in through 911 dispatch.
And how long have you been a police officer with the City of Hamilton Police Department?
9 years.
Now, I want to directing your attention back to October 11th of 2022. Did you have an opportunity to respond to 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes,
Is that located in the City of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
yes.
And who was the first one to arrive at the scene that particular day?
I was.
And do you recall about what time that you arrived at 1270 Parish?
It was in the afternoon. It would have been before 2 p.m. because shift hasn't changed yet.
Okay. I said it was a little after 12 o'clock. That
Yeah.
sound about right?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Robert, I'm going to show you use it.
Terrible court feedback in that courtroom.
I think it's like a approach.
You may.
All right, Detective, I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibits 4 and 6 when you have an opportunity. And just generally speaking, what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 4 and 6?
The entrance to the address.
Okay, the 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes.
Those photos truly, fairly, and accurately depict what that residence looked like on October 11th. 2022 when you first responded?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that 4 and 6 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection, Mr. Wilder?
No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted and they may be published.
I don't know what, the initial photos look fairly docile,
I
but
put it on here anyway.
might be photos of the crime scene, so I will give you a content.
I don't know if this is
Warning.
power on, it's not on. Oh, sorry.
Don't know if we'll get to see it or not. Oh, we might. They've got all the gadgets in this courtroom. Look at that.
Looks like we're having a bit of a technical difficulty, so I
Yeah.
apologize for the delay.
That on the light just came on and off.
That's L. L through the. Oh, there we go.
Right. And Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 4?
This is the front entrance of the house. The stairs come all the way down to the sidewalk. It's kind of steep.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 6. What are we looking at here, Detective?
That's the front entrance, the front door as you get to the top step.
Okay. And are these the steps that you would have gone up when you arrived at the scene and entered the house?
Yes.
Right. So when you get to the scene, if you would tell us what happens when you arrive at the residence. Kind of take us through step by step what it is you do.
Okay. I go up the stairs. The neighbor was waving me to the house. When I get to the top of the stairs, I see, and to the front entrance rather, I see the defendant on top of the victim doing chest compressions.
Was the EMS arriving around this time?
I'm sorry, repeat?
Was the EMS arriving around this time?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you see the individual that you see giving chest compressions, you see that individual in court today?
Yes.
Would please point to him and explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is he's wearing.
It would be the defendant in the blue collared shirt.
Your Honor, that's the record reflect witnesses identified the defendant, Toby Madden.
The record will say reflect.
What happens when you get to the top of the steps and see the defendant giving the deceased chest compressions?
I could visually see that she was far gone and there was no reason to do chest compressions at this time. So I grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him off of her.
What were you seeing that made you believe that she was obviously dead?
Multiple stab.
Objection to foundation.
Okay, let's approach, please.
She's not a medical examiner, but surely she's seen enough unalived people to be able to determine whether or not they are capable of resuscitation. 55 holes. The funky hairdo. Look at that.
I'll rephrase the question. What injuries do you see on the individual that you believe to be deceased?
Okay, I saw multiple stab wounds across her entire stomach and arms. There was a lot of blood. Her skin was very pale.
At this time, you said that you had to pull the individual that you identified as Toby Madden. You had to kind of pull him off by his shirt. How was the defendant acting at this time?
He was crying, yelling. I pulled him down the stairs to the bottom of the stairs to try to figure out his name and her name.
This isn't the medical examiner, it's a detective. But nice try.
He was pretty hysterical and cooperative, I would say.
And if I may approach you on that.
You may.
You were waiting for it, weren't you?
I'm going to show defense counsel what is marked as State's Exhibit 33.
Yes, I will concur with you, this one, Udaf, yes.
Detective, can I have you identify what is contained in State's Exhibit 33?
This is the victim as she laid when I came up the stairs.
Is that photograph truly, fairly, and accurately depicts how the victim looked at the time that she arrived at the scene?
Yes.
All right, ask 33 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
Ooh. Mm.
What are we looking
Yeah.
at, Detective, if you would, please?
This is the victim, and you can see on her stomach, she has stab wounds. Her shirt is cut up multiple times where she had been stabbed. She has stab wounds on her hands and arms, both arms, and there's blood surrounding her body.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
What do I get?
250.
250, thank you.
If you scroll up in the chat, Udaf, Leonard Handnitz was talking about the Brooke Schuyler Richardson case with Kelly. And her next comment was this, just for you.
All right. At some point, do other officers arrive at the scene?
Yes.
Who else arrives at the scene?
Officer Taras Volkachev arrives next.
What do you request of Officer Taras?
Volkachev.
Say his name right.
Volkachev.
Okay, yes.
I asked him to stay with the defendant and keep him where he was at while I cleared the house so that EMS was safe.
What were you concerned? Why did you want to clear the house to make sure that EMS was safe?
Well, at this time, I did not know if there was anyone else left in the house that possibly could have done this to her.
Okay. It's your way of making sure that EMS is safe?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what it is as you're going through the house and some of the observations you're making.
Well, when I entered first, the paramedics and firefighters had asked me to unplug a heater that was in the living room there. So I unplugged that with gloves on, and then I started making announcements. Hamilton Police, if you're here, announce yourself repeatedly, and then I started clearing room by room to make sure that there was no one else in the house.
And I assume as you're yelling Hamilton, I'm sorry, I assume as you're saying Hamilton Police, you're yelling it quite loudly?
Yes,
And why are you doing that?
to give, if there was anyone in the house, to give them the opportunity to come out and not surprise me and possibly have anything else happen.
Did you find anybody else in the house as you went through?
No.
And if you would, can you generally describe kind of the layout of the house and different rooms that you looked into?
Sure. So it was kind of in disarray. I believe they had just moved in. There was belongings everywhere. The first room you enter is the living room. That's where she was. And to the left was like a dining room and kitchen area. There's a small hallway with bedrooms off to the side and a bathroom off to the side. Then as you go straight down the hallway, it takes you to the back door, which was locked. And then there's stairs that go down into the basement. And I searched down there as well.
Okay, Detective, if you would, if I could ask you to thumb through and go to State's Exhibits 45, 46, and 47.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look at State's Exhibits 45, 46, and 47?
Yes,
Generally speaking, what are those photographs of?
that's the hallway kitchen area. I said when you're going towards the back door, the living room is from, I don't know if you're looking at picture 45. It's the living room is behind me to the right.
Okay. 45, 46, and 47, are those all true, fair, and accurate depictions of what you observed at the residence on October 11, 2022, being the first responding officer to go through the house?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that 45, 46, and 47 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted and they may be published.
And if you would there, Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 45? Is the detective able to draw on the screen anything
She should be able to.
Just with my finger?
Yeah, hold on one second. You can see that.
Do we have a pointer or a laser that she can use? Thank you.
Yeah, this is something that at some point in your testimony.
Okay.
All right, Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 45, and I believe with the court's permission, if there's anything you wish to point out, I would ask the court to allow the witness to step down and use the pointer to point on the picture.
She'll be permitted to do so.
If you feel like you to. So what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 45, Detective?
This is kind of that hallway that takes you to the back door that I was describing, and then the rooms are off to the right.
Yes, thank you,
If you,
sweetheart.
if you want to step down and point to where.
Take a lot of antibiotics.
So there's rooms over here, there's bathroom back there, and then there's, I believe, a bedroom right here.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. And then State's Exhibit 46. What observations are you making in this picture of State's Exhibit 46?
This is the back door, and you can see that it's locked by the deadbolt.
And is there an item that's pushed up against the door?
Yes.
And if you could point to the item that you saw pushed up against the door. Okay. And then State's Exhibit 47. Is that kind of a close-up of what it is that you saw?
Yes, it's the deadbolt here, and that it's locked
And there's a second one as well, isn't there?
here. Yes.
Thank you, Detective.
So the deadbolt, where was that? Is that
Obviously during this
Cool.
sweep of the house, did you notice, was there a downstairs to this residence?
Yes, there was a basement.
Okay. Can you describe the conditions of the basement or what it is that you observed when you went down into the basement?
Yes. When I initially got down into the basement, there was some water on the floor, which I avoided stepping in. And then there was another room off of that room. There was clothes on the floor and other things.
Okay. Did you notice anything on the floor other than the clothes?
Footprints from the water.
Okay, did you notice some footprints?
Mhm.
Okay. If I can have you look at State's Exhibit 55. Actually, I'll go ahead and ask you to go ahead and look at 55 and 57.
Can you
Generally
actually see
speaking,
what
are
it
we looking
says?
at in state-
Can you see what it says on the hat? I don't know if you can read it, Sharon. I ordered it from Vistaprint.
Exhibits 55 and 57.
I'm in 55. This is the room directly down the stairs. And there's water. And then you can kind of see, I don't know exactly what is all over the floor. Maybe some clothing or rags, some pencils, looks like. There's footprints.
Okay. Is that photo truly fairly and accurately depict the basement as you saw it on October 11, 2022?
Yes.
I would ask for 55 to be admitted and permission to publish.
Any admission, or any objections to the admission of 55?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
All right, what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 55.
This is the water spot that I was discussing or describing. And then the footprints are off to the right there. And then towards that door, there's another footprint. And I don't know exactly what all of this stuff is on the floor, but maybe like some rags and a pencil.
And if you remember, when you went down to the basement, was the basement light or dark when you went down there? And if you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't recall.
And then I have you look at State's Exhibit 57.
This is the room off of this room, the next picture. I guess where
Like
the
the pink
furnace
walls.
and paint and other footprints are on the dry concrete.
And the footprints that you saw, they're in 55, are those wet footprints you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'd ask for, is 57 truly, fairly, and accurately depict the basement as you saw it on October 11, 2022?
Yes.
All right, as 57 be admitted and permission, 57 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
And what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 57, Detective.
This is that other room. It's dry concrete and you can see some wet footprints in there.
Give me one moment.
Sure.
Why was he in the basement? Sherlock?
Another question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination?
Yeah.
Good morning, Detective Johnson.
Good morning.
I have a few questions for you. If you get confused or don't understand
I
the
see.
question, just let me know and I'll try to rephrase it, okay?
Okay.
When you responded to the scene that day, did you have any body worn camera on you?
No.
Were body worn cameras in use by Hamilton Police Department back on the day that you responded to this scene?
No.
How did you gain entry into the house?
The front door was open.
So when you arrived, the front door was open, you just walked in, nobody let you in the house?
Correct.
So when you walked up the steps, doors open, and then you saw Mr. Madden attending to the woman on the ground,
Yes.
and you said he was doing chest compression?
Yes.
I think you described him as hysterical.
Yes.
Was he crying?
Yes.
Appeared very emotional.
Yes.
Are you trained in CPR or chest compression?
Yes.
Did it appear that he was doing what you would expect someone who may be trying to do CPR would do?
No.
Yes.
He wasn't just pushing on the body, it looked like he was actually trying to do a manner or technique consistent with CPR.
Yes.
You said you were the first to arrive on the scene, correct?
Yes.
You were shown some pictures of the back door that appeared to be locked. Do you have any idea exactly when that door was locked?
When I first searched it, it was locked.
So when you arrived, it was locked, but you don't know if that door had just been locked or maybe 2 hours before it had been locked or even a day before it had been You don't know exactly when it was locked.
I
Correct.
think this has to be a theme for our trials. I think we have to make note. Every trial has a back door and a Walmart. Just saying. There's one. We're just waiting for the Walmart reference now.
So it's possible that that door could have been locked after Rachelle been stabbed. Is that fair?
Sure.
Did you inspect that door at all, or was it just something that you looked at?
I just looked at it.
Could you determine upon sight of the door whether it's one of those where you
Hey,
can lock
no.
it from inside or outside?
I did not go in the back, so I don't know.
Yep. There's always a back door reference.
I know at the time you
And a
were a
Walmart.
patrol officer, correct?
Yes.
And now you're a detective.
Yes.
At the time that you responded to the scene this day, when Mr. Madden is giving those compressions, had you ever responded to a scene with a dead body?
Yes.
How many times do you think that's unfortunately happened up until that point for you?
I don't 20 or more, maybe.
And
Good to see you, sweetheart.
You touched on this a little bit, but was there any, you talked about the emotion that Mr. Madden was displaying. Did there appear to be any calmness at any point with him about what had just occurred in that house?
No.
We saw a few pictures from inside the house, but did it appear to you that there were a lot of tools and materials in the house and they were sort of renovating this house? Is that what it appeared?
Yes.
And were there tools and materials in almost all parts of that first floor?
It appeared that way, yes.
You indicated that you went down to the basement and you saw some footprints. Are you aware that there were some gas workers that had been at the property earlier that day?
I am now, but I was not aware at that time.
And when you were down in the basement, was the furnace or any kind of unit down there, any heating unit down in the basement?
There's a furnace down there. I don't know if there's an air conditioner.
What about as far as like a water tank, water heater? Did you see that down in the basement as well?
I don't recall.
In the basement, did you notice that there were a lot of clothes laying on the floor?
There were clothes, yes.
And not, and in a manner not trying to, not folded, is that fair?
Correct, yes, a pile, yes.
And when we're saying piles, there were several shirts, several just pieces of clothing. correct?
Yes. Mhm.
It wasn't just one piece of clothing, it was a bunch.
Correct.
Sloppy, is that how you would describe it?
I mean, they just moved in and it,
But it is.
but yes,
it's almost the appearance where someone had a whole handful of clothes and just basically threw it onto the floor into a pile. Is that,
sure,
would you describe that, your observation?
yes.
Judge, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
I redirect your honor.
That wasn't
Thank you,
very,
detectives. You may step down.
Thank you.
what's the point of the water heater downstairs in the furnace?
Okay, you can call your next witness, please.
Hmm.
Steve, we'll call Rick Riestenberg.
Mr. Waters, the detective.
Apparently, yeah. Looks, by the sounds of it, Anthony, yes.
The detective is just.
By the sounds of it.
No, sorry.
It was a mess,
I
though.
would release Detective Johnson.
Very well.
Your Honor, this is one of the ones that does not want to be
Okay.
on camera.
All right, so we've
Thank
got, we'll have audio, but we won't have visual. Oh, the Great Seal, State of Ohio. You just have to watch me eat my strawberries and yogurt. They're delicious. It's spring in Melbourne, and I'm enjoying the rewards.
State your name, please, for the jury. Spell your last name.
Spell the last name?
Yes.
It's Richard Riestenberg, Riestenberg.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the city of Hamilton in the gas and water department.
Okay, and what do you do for the city of Hamilton in that department?
I'm a service rep.
And what does that mean? What are your duties or responsibilities?
On any given day, I could be doing anything from changing water meters and gas meters to turning people's gas on to checking for gas odors or
Okay.
anything along those
Anything
lines.
involving gas, I guess, right?
Gas or your residential water.
Okay, all right. And how long have you been in that position?
In this position, probably 8 or 9 years,
Okay. How long have you been with the city overall?
14 and a half.
All right. And I'm gonna, excuse me. I'm gonna draw your attention back to October 11th of 2022.
Okay.
Did you take part in a service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I did.
And when you go out to a residence to provide a service or perform service, is there any type of documentation that you have for an appointment?
We generally will get a work order to go out and perform XYZ service. At that time, we do whatever is requested or along those lines, and then we fill out our work order.
Okay. If I may approach the
You may.
witness.
So are they trying to claim that they're his footprints in the basement? It must have, if they are, he must have arrived right before the incident because
This is 208.
they would have dried up.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to show you. Get that out of the way so we don't. So let's split that everywhere. If you look at State's Exhibit 208, and that is double-sided. Can you take a look at that, please, and explain what that is?
This is just a printout of our standard work order.
Okay. And is that the work order for October 11th of 2022 at 1270 Parish?
That is what it says.
Okay. That is not the original, but is that a true and accurate copy of the original as you remember it?
Yes, this is exactly what it would look like.
Okay. And I believe your name's on it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I would ask that State's Exhibit 208 be admitted and allowed to publish.
Any objection?
What's on my screen is just the front part of that. You said there's a back side, but
I can show it to you.
I'm pretty sure I got it. I just want to make sure. I just have a blank screen here. Thank you.
Okay, without any objection?
No objection.
Okay,
Thank you,
very
Judge.
well. Okay, it'll be admitted and you may publish it.
That's why you have to go on.
No, that's true, because it's double-sided. I'm sorry. Break this. I don't make it. All right, Mr. Riesenberg, can you see that from where you're sitting?
I can. It's right here as
Oh,
well.
you have, okay. This is the front page, correct? Or the front of the document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just please explain to the jury what this is?
This would come to me and it was sent to me that said it needed to have a gas leak survey, which would be where the gas had been turned off for more than a year. So everything inside has to be checked to make sure of the integrity of the system. And that it required an air test, which my coworkers would perform from the meter itself out to the curb,
Okay.
where they just pressurize the line and
Make sure
wait,
there's no
I believe,
leak.
10 minutes at that time. And
Okay. And then, so there were, how many of you went there that day from the city of Hamilton? the utilities?
4 total.
Okay. And did you all ride in one car?
No,
Okay. Who-
I believe they came in one vehicle and I came in separately
Okay. And why is that you go separately?
because I was doing other things. Those 3 were on a specific crew themselves, and I generally work by myself.
In Australia, to do that test, you know, they charge an absolute fortune for it, because you have to not only be a plumber but a gas fitter. And the way they test it is they turn the pressure up and they spray dishwashing detergent dissolved in water over the joints, and if it blows bubbles, it's leaking. Fun fact.
And on the document there in the comments section, or on this document, what time was the appointment?
The appointment was at 8 o'clock in the morning.
On October 11th?
Yes.
Okay, and who does it say in the comments section that your contact is?
The contact is Rachelle, I believe.
Okay,
That's how that name's pronounced.
all right. And then what is, actually, did you ever see
I see.
Rachelle that?
So they're trying to exclude him as being the one who the footprints belong to, because he was there at 8 a.m. in the morning. I'm not sure what time the actual incident occurred, but I think that's what they're establishing the foundation here for.
Day, or did you go into the house?
I personally did not go in the house because at that present moment, the other 3 guys needed to do their portion of the job before my portion of the job would have even been necessary. So generally speaking, I try to limit the amount of people that go in. I mean, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. You don't need a whole bunch of people traipsing through a house on a general circumstance. So I waited outside to make sure they had any questions about anything or if I was needed for anything. Otherwise, I didn't go in.
Okay, so when they perform, just explain it a little bit, where they perform the test.
Correct.
And then if they had passed, what would you have done?
If it would have passed, I would have gone in and turned on the gas, relit a water heater or a furnace, or sometimes some of the old stoves need relit, make sure everything was running and functioning properly, and then I would have left.
Okay, and did you ever see Rachelle at all when they went into the house from where you were out of the street?
I believe I saw a woman and a dog that answered the door when the other guys went up there.
Okay, do you remember what kind of dog it was, or what?
I don't remember what kind of dog exactly. It was a large dog, but
Okay.
from the sidewalk, all I recall seeing was a woman and a dog.
Okay, and so you said you never went inside, so in the comments section at the bottom of the State's Exhibit 208, what is the reason that you didn't go inside?
The reason we didn't go inside was because the furnace needed replaced. I didn't go inside was because the other gentleman said the gas line from the curb to the inside of the house, it passed its test. But inside the house, the furnace wasn't safe to turn on. Therefore, the gas couldn't be turned on because the integrity of the inside system was not established.
Okay, and is that what it indicates there on the front side there in the comments section?
Yes. That, the water heater's missing the knob, so that wouldn't be turned on, and the furnace is going to be replaced. So we left the gas off at the meter until those repairs were made.
Okay, and what time is that where you entered that by your name there?
That is at 8:19 in the morning.
Okay. And, flip this over here on that. And can you please just describe the backside of this State's Exhibit 208?
This would be the order that the other gentleman used to basically do their air test. This is what would have been sent to them stating that somebody has requested that the air test be performed on their gas service.
Okay, and is it fair to say that this is basically saying the same thing, that they couldn't perform the service?
This one states that they did renew, or they did perform their gas test from the curb to the house, and that it passed, but that it was still left off at the meter because repairs need to be made inside.
Did you see all three of your coworkers come out of the house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did they inform you what had happened inside?
Yes.
And did you leave at that time, or?
They got in their vehicle to go off to do another job of some sort. I filled out my portion, the work order that the exhibit 2A, the other side of the sheet, and then I proceeded to drive off.
One second. I think that's all the questions.
All right, thank you. Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning, sir. I got a few questions for you.
Sure. Good morning.
You mentioned, good morning to you. You mentioned something about the integrity of the inside system. Was that the water heater and furnace, one or both?
Both.
To your knowledge, do you know where those two systems were located inside the house? I know you didn't go in, but did you know where those were located?
The basement is where most water heaters and furnaces are. I can only assume that that's, given the house and all the rest of the houses in the neighborhood pretty much are the same.
Probably better to ask the workers if they would testify who, because they actually went into the house.
Yes, sir.
Did you have, you said you saw a woman and a large dog. Did you ever see the gentleman sitting over here at this table with blue shirt on, Mr. Madden? Did you ever see him at any point
I
during
did
your
not.
time out there?
I did not.
Did you hear anything? Did you hear anybody shouting or arguing at all from where you were?
I did not.
Did the workers report anything unusual about arguments between Mr. Madden and the woman inside?
Nothing was conveyed to me.
All right. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Any redirect? All
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Okay, your next witness, please.
Statement called Tyler Naif. Again, this is another request.
Okay, so this witness is also requested not to be filmed. You may proceed whenever you're ready, Mr. Hahn.
Good morning.
How you doing?
All right. Can you tell the jury your name and spell your last name, please?
My first name is Tyler. My last name is Nafe, N-A-F-E.
How are you employed?
The City of Hamilton Gas and Water,
And how long have you been with the city of Hamilton?
about 2.5 years.
I'm sorry,
2.5 years.
2.5 years? Okay. And what do you do for them?
I'm a maintenance worker.
And what are your responsibilities or your duties as a maintenance worker?
Water main breaks, gas line breaks, gas line air tests, pretty much go into houses and make sure everything's good for us to hook the gas up or the water up for them to get it to the house. And we pretty much make sure everything's safe.
Okay. And I'm going to draw your attention back to October 11th of 2022. Did you go out to a service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes.
And do you remember what time that appointment was?
The appointment's for 8 o'clock.
Okay. Did you arrive on time?
Yes.
Did you go in a vehicle or a city of Hamilton vehicle with other coworkers?
Yes, I rode with our crew leader.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I rode with the crew leader in the crew leader truck, Shorty.
Okay, you
Yeah.
say the crew here, you mean people outside?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And did you all three go up to the house together?
Yes.
And do you remember who answered the door?
A woman.
Woman answered the door?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice any animals with her?
Yes, she had a dog.
Okay. Do you remember, I'm not saying the breed exactly, but do you remember, can you describe the dog you
It's
saw?
a big dog.
Big dog.
Like big,
Okay.
like she had hold of it for good reason.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a big dog.
all right. And did you go in the house?
Yes.
All right. Did you see anyone else in the house besides the woman that answered the door?
Yes.
Who did you see in the house?
I'm not sure who it was.
Okay. Where was that person?
So we walked in the door and then took a left and started walking kind of through maybe like a doorway area. And someone was sitting in a recliner on the left-hand side,
Okay.
kind of laying down.
Were they asleep, awake? Did they interact with you?
Kind of in and
Thank
out.
you, ma'am.
One of the guys said, "What's up to him?"
Objection.
Approach, please.
Al. Why? Because we can. That's why I like doing recap.
Very well, thank you.
Did you see the person? I think I asked you if they were asleep or awake, and you said they were kind of in and out.
Kind of in and out. Yeah, it looked like maybe they were just waking up.
Okay. Did they interact with you at all?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. And did the female that answered the door, did she show you guys the way to where I assume you needed to see the furnace or the water heater?
We actually needed to see.
Let me guess, Teresa. It was the disco lights that got you. Did you see my new lava lamp in the back? I love it. I found one that's a matching color and it's got silver glitter.
See the gas meter because we had to pressure test that to make sure there was no leaks, make sure it was safe inside the house and going outside of the house.
Really?
So we could pressurize the line to
Wow.
get them gas.
Okay.
If the gas wasn't on.
And did she show you the way to get downstairs to where that was?
Good
If
job.
I remember right, I think she kind of pointed because she had the dog. She was not letting go of that dog. So she kind of pointed like, hey.
I hate to tell you, but when I looked, there was only two. So I know. I'll never tell.
It's right around that corner there,
Okay.
as far as I remember.
All right. And then did you go into the basement then?
Yes.
To perform the service?
Yes.
Okay. And were you then, did it pass the test that you performed?
No, it failed.
And why is that?
If I'm not mistaken, there was a leak on the inside lines. So their inside lines failed. I think our lines failed also. I can't remember exactly. But there was also an issue with the furnace. Like it wasn't vented properly. I think there was some stuff missing, maybe some tape and stuff like that. So we couldn't turn it on safely.
Okay. And then you came back upstairs, correct?
Yep.
All right. Was that male person that you saw, was he still in the same spot?
Yes.
Still in the chair?
Yes.
And so you went through the front door and then to the left and then downstairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Through the kitchen.
I'm sorry.
Through the kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a door.
Seemed like the house was being renovated.
Yeah. Everything was kind of being remodeled. It looked like sort of.
Okay. And was there any furniture that was like overturned or any signs of struggle to you?
No.
Was it you or one of your coworkers that informed her, the female, that you couldn't hook up the gas, I guess, for lack of a better term?
That was Brian Short, crew leader.
Okay, all right. Did you then, I guess you guys went back out to your car and left?
Yes.
And when you left there, that the female that you saw holding the dog, she was alive?
Yeah, she was fine.
1 second.
Judge has her coffee. Judge Jennifer
That's all.
McElfresh.
Thank you.
She's
Thank you.
Elf-
Cross-examination.
Morning, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
You said that you, at some point, when you were out of this residence, you yourself went to the basement.
Yes.
Were you the only one, or did the other two go down there as well?
The other two went with me.
So there was a grand total of three service
hope
workers,
not.
so to speak, that went down to the basement to check on these systems. And-
2 maintenance workers and a crew leader.
And what were the systems you were checking in the basement? What were they?
So pretty much you have gas pipe that comes in the house that meets up to a meter and then after the meter, it runs to the rest of the house to feed the rest of the house appliances, gas, whether that be a stove, furnace, water heater, stuff like that.
Okay.
And we were pretty much checking to make sure that those lines didn't have any leaks in them. Because once the gas is turned off, you have to do a pressure test. And that's since a couple things have changed, but you do like 10 pounds for 10 minutes and that end up actually failing the test.
When you were down in the basement, did it appear messy?
Not that I can remember.
Do you remember there being like clothes just thrown on the floor down there? Is that something you recall?
No,
I know
not,
I know it's been 2 years.
it's been a long time. Not that I can remember, so I can't recall if there's.
Fair. You said you saw, when you went in, you saw this guy laying in a recliner.
Mhm.
Did you speak to him at all?
I did not.
Did the person in the chair appear angry or upset in any way?
No, they seemed sleepy. They kind of in and out.
Or would you describe it as calm and docile, just not doing much?
Kind of just in and out, not very awake, just kind of waking up, sort of like they were just waking up from.
Did you observe any interaction between the woman who had the dog, who called for the service, and the gentleman in the recliner? Did you observe any kind of interaction between the two of them?
No.
Did they have any kind of interaction with her? I know you didn't observe any. I don't want to assume that means you didn't see anything. But,
Personally, I did not see any.
okay. How long were you?
Don't know yet.
residents that morning?
Grand total, I was probably there for about 20 minutes, inside the house for 15.
All right, so you were from the time. of
Ish.
Pretty safe, Sharon.
Ish, that's
Ish.
rough, yeah.
Got it. So from your time of arrival, pulling up, parking the vehicle, and then getting in the vehicle to leave, approximately, what, 35, 45 minutes-ish kind of thing?
Yeah, maybe, 25 minutes, or somewhere around there, yeah.
Not very long. You weren't there for more than that?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
And moving through these witnesses. Does anyone know how long this trial is expected
No, Your Honor, I'm
to
sorry.
go?
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
How many days they've allocated?
I don't have any need to make.
No,
such
she
a
didn't, did
call
she?
with Mr. Wilder. No, he's-
You're released from your subpoena. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Okay, you may call your next witness.
I call Stanley Brock. This gentleman would not like to be on camera
Very
either,
well.
so.
It begins with a thought. Learned Haddon, it begins with a thought.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell everybody your name, please, and then spell your last
Stanley Brock, Brock.
name? How are you employed?
I work for the gas and water department.
Oh my God.
How long have you been with the city?
Oh, 5
Really?
years.
Are they going to interview every utility company?
Gas and water maintenance. So low man, dig ditches, do stuff like that.
Okay. And were you were working on October 11th of 2022?
Yep.
Do you remember going out to a scheduled service appointment at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I do.
And what time was that appointment?
Approximately 8 in the morning.
Okay. And you went with a coworker that just
Tyler.
They
Yep.
really must have just moved in if they're getting all their connections hooked up that day.
Yes, and who else?
Our crew leader called him Shorty. His name's Brian.
Okay,
And then Rick was on the job as well.
all right. Do you remember if you arrived there on time?
Yeah, we were right on time, I would assume. We normally are, so it was right around 8 o'clock, yeah.
I believe the three of you rode together, correctly?
Yes.
Rick was the one that did not ride. He
Correct.
drove separately.
Yeah, he does different job duties than we do.
Okay. And do you remember going up to the door with your coworkers?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember who answered the door?
A female answered the door, and I do recall she had a dog with her.
Okay. Do you remember what, can you describe the dog? I'm not asking you for the breed.
There was a larger dog. It was a bulky dog. I remember saying, I hope she can hold
By
on
the
to that
sound of
dog.
it.
'Cause it was kind of barking a little bit, so.
Okay. All right. And did you go inside?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Did you see anyone else inside besides the female and the dog?
When I turned left to go to the basement, it's kind of just one track. I saw someone sitting in a chair, but I didn't see anything.
Male or female?
I couldn't tell you. I covered up. I just saw feet while I was walking by. I try to not look around too much and be nosy at people's places. So I just get to the point and go where I'm going.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Was that person in the chair, were they asleep?
That's why you don't want to be on camera.
I don't know. I just saw their feet in the chair, so
Didn't
didn't
interact
move.
with them?
Didn't interact. Didn't move when I went by. So, yep.
All right. And you guys went into the basement, correct?
We did, yes.
All right. And I know that from prior testimonies, when I'm just going through it again and again, whatever test you performed that didn't work out, you couldn't turn the gas on, correct?
Correct. They failed due to like the furnace isn't hooked up correctly or something along the lines to where it's unsafe for gas to be put through the system.
Okay. And how long would you say you guys were in the basement down there?
20 minutes at most, 15, 20 minutes.
All right.
Wouldn't be long. It didn't take long to realize, hey, this isn't going to work. So no need to be down there any longer.
Okay. Go back up the same way that you came down,
Same way I came out.
and was the person in the chair still there?
Still on the chair. Like I said, I didn't see anything. I just saw a person sitting in the chair and I saw their feet because that's the first thing I saw. Take a right and then go out the door.
Okay. And where was the female that you saw that answered the door?
If you were walking out, she'd be sitting on a couch that was right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She had a hold of the dog?
She did.
And did you or Shorty, your crew leader,
Yeah,
did you
Brian.
talk to her or did you?
I said hello in passing, like just coming through the front door, like, but I never spoke with her.
I guess let me rephrase it. Did you explain to her what the problem was or
No,
did
I
your
did
crew
not.
leader?
No,
Okay.
I didn't explain anything.
All right. And did it look like this house was being renovated or working
It
on?
did, yeah. It looked under construction, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said there was she was sitting on a couch and
Yeah, if you walked in the door, there was a couch like right there, as I
Okay.
recall, and she was just sitting on that couch.
and then was there some other furniture like cabinets or
There-
anything?
Just nothing out of the norm, just normal stuff. It was more the kitchen that felt like was being renovated and being worked on as you were coming through there.
Any of the furniture in disarray or turned over like it looked like a struggle?
No, not at all.
And when you walked out and left there, was that female alive?
Yeah, she was.
I think that's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you real quick about the dog.
Okay.
You said the female was holding the dog back.
Yeah, she was holding the dog by the collar, yeah.
Was the dog pretty aggressive?
It was a normal interaction with the homeowner and their dog. If the door's being opened and closed, you don't want the dog to get out. He barked a couple times, but nothing.
Did you have a concern that if she were to have let go of that dog might have come after you, or he was just?
I wouldn't have wanted him to come after me by any means, yeah, but I mean, she had a hold of him, so he was fine. He was just vocal. There were people in his house.
Right, but
Did you get the impression when she's holding that dog that if she were to let go of that dog may have went to you?
Possibly, it could have. I mean, it was looking at us when we were walking through, but we were also walking by it, so.
And I know you said this person that you saw in the chair, you can't even tell us if that's male or female, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
I can't tell you which.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Did you hear that person in the chair say anything or do
No.
anything?
No.
And I know you said that you go into these houses, you're respecting people's privacy.
Correct. Yeah.
You're not trying to snoop or look into things. Correct?
Absolutely. I just get to where I have to go.
You're basically going into the part of the house that you're there to fix.
Correct.
Right. So did you spend a lot of time looking around the house to see what they were renovating and where they positioned furniture and what they were trying to hang in?
No, it just seemed, it was an old path to get to where I was going, and it looked like the kitchen was being remodeled of some sort. So.
But you were asked about the furniture, but it was fair to say that you didn't pause and to look around and have a great interest in
I didn't stop and like take a 360 and check the whole place out, but it seemed normal, if you will.
How much time do you think you spent in the presence of the woman who had the dog? Or was it just you passed her and that was it?
Just in passing by, yeah.
What was her demeanor like? She seemed pleasant?
Seemed fine, yeah.
She didn't seem angry or upset?
No.
Well, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No,
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay, thank you.
we don't want him subject to recall.
Correct. He's
All right, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Any
Next
more
witness,
utility companies that want to be,
Brian Short?
want to
No, well,
testify?
Mr. Hopkins given this with us, maybe a quick slide.
Sure.
Mhm. And let's L, shall we? Through the sidebar.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed?
You may. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell everybody your name and spell your last name, please.
Brian Short, SHORT,
And how are you employed, sir?
City Hampton,
How long have you been with the city?
18 years.
What are your, what's your title or your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a crew leader.
Okay.
I take guys out. We work.
Okay, and what department are you in for the city?
Gas and water.
So gas and water, what does that mean when you're being a crew leader? What are your extra responsibilities or what the other gentlemen were here?
I'm the boss.
So to get the gas connected and tested, it takes a supervisor, a coordinator, a gas fitter, an observer, HR, the union. How many people were out there? Far out.
Fair enough. And were you working on October 11th of 2022?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember going out to
Yeah.
service point at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yep.
And
the
what time was
point-
that appointment?
8 o'clock.
Did you guys get there on time?
Yeah.
It went
I
from
believe-
100 to 0. We started off at 100. Now we're at utility companies. It's like Lally in the snow.
Does the other gentleman has testified, did you go in one car together with your crew? If you recall.
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember going up to the house?
Yeah.
All right. Did you guys all go up to the house together?
That I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I usually knock on the door first and then they follow.
Okay. And do you remember who answered the door that morning on October 11th at 1270 Parish?
Yeah, like,
A lady?
yeah.
Okay. You don't remember her name, that's fine. Did she have any pets or animals there?
Yeah. It looked like a pit bull or something. Yeah, it's a big dog.
Big dog?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other animals in the house?
No.
When you saw the dog, did she have a hold of it or?
Oh, yeah. She was, once she sat back down on the couch, she was holding the dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We make sure that
Okay. Is that the type of dog that makes you nervous, or are you worried that
Oh, yeah.
she didn't have a hold of it? Or?
That dog, yeah, you know, but I've had all kinds of dogs, you know. Small ones, big ones, we make sure they put them away.
Okay, all right. Did you see
All
anyone
right,
else
there was a
in the
dog.
house besides her?
Yeah, there was somebody else in there.
And where, was this a male or a female?
It was a male.
Do you remember where that person was?
When you walk in, there's like a little room to the left. They were in like a chair laying there.
Okay, and were they awake or asleep?
They were asleep at first.
Okay. And did you have to go past that person to get to the basement, or?
Yeah, and you walk through, and I think it's the kitchen, and then there's like a little room right here. And that's where that person was.
Yeah.
And then we went down to the basement.
There has to be a reason for all this testimony about the dog.
The service, you performed the service, but it's my understanding you could not hook up the gas, correct?
Correct. The furnace wasn't, it was all tore apart. So when we see that, we don't turn the gas on because they got to get a heat and air guy in there.
Okay, all right. Do you remember about how long you were down in the basement?
Probably 15 minutes.
Okay. And then you came back up the same way you went down?
Yeah.
Did you go back past the person in the chair that you
Yeah.
saw?
Yeah.
Did that person ever interact with you at all?
Yeah. They started with kind of like waking up, and I said, "What's up?" And he's like, "Hey," and then that was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you walked past them, and then where'd you go after you walked past them?
Once we were done,
Yeah.
I went to the door because that dog, front door, or
All right.
front door.
Okay.
And then I let the lady know that everything passed, but we couldn't turn the gas on because the furnace wasn't right.
Okay. So you explained the situation to her.
Yeah.
What was her reaction when you explained that situation to her?
She looked over at the person in the other room and stared at him for probably 3 or 4 seconds.
Okay.
And then looked back at me and said, "We'll get it taken care of."
Okay.
So.
All right. And was he still in that chair?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice, like, in the room where she was there any furniture that was overturned or disarray or sign of struggle to you?
No.
And when you left there, was that female alive?
Yeah.
I think that's all the questions I have. Thank
Very
you.
well. All right, cross-examination.
Morning, sir. The person that you saw in the chair who responded, "Hey," to you, did that person appear to be angry in any way?
No.
What kind of demeanor was that person giving to you? Demeanor, like how they were acting?
It seemed like they were starting to wake up, you know, they've been sleeping. It seemed to me.
You said that when you explained to the woman, the service couldn't be initiated or whatever the term that you used, you said she looked at the person in the chair for 3 to 4 seconds. Is that yes?
Yes.
Did she seem upset when she was staring, or what kind of stare was she giving him?
She just like stared, like kind of it's hard to explain, kind of like a what are we gonna do, or kind of couldn't believe it type of look, like couldn't believe what I was saying.
Did it appear that was, I don't know if deflating is the right word, but maybe she was wanting to hear something? Did it appear she wanted to hear that it was going to be okay, but it's not okay? She felt kind of down, like,
Yes.
"Oh, man."
Yeah.
Or did she appear mad in any way?
She didn't seem mad, no.
And you said she stared at the man over the chair for 3 to 4 seconds. Did the person in the chair do anything in response?
No.
Did that person look at her?
I could not see him.
I know it's been
Well,
2 years.
there's a wall right there. They was back behind it, so I couldn't see what that person was doing.
All right. Was there anything else that you observed about this woman you interacted with that was unusual that day?
No.
Did she appear mad or angry or upset?
No.
nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, you're,
Okay,
thank you.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you.
Again, we don't want him subject to any calls.
Yeah, he's not subject.
All right, sir, you'll be released from your subpoena. Thank you. Okay, so it seems like at this time it'll be a good time for us to take our morning break. We'll go ahead and do that and come back at 10:30. Please remember my recess instructions not to talk about the case, do any investigation, or read anything about it, okay?
Skippity-doo-dah, skippity-day. And we're back in court, right there. So we're about 40 minutes behind the live trial. Like live, real time, live.
Okay, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Have a good lunch.
I have to tell you, I'm impressed. You've really got this lineup down early on in this case. Before we continue, do you have any violations of the court's recess instructions that you need to report? Okay. All right. The next witness, please.
Yeah, I was
Stephen
watching
Ann Mayers.
the defense rests during recess on YouTube. So may I be excused? Oh, okay. Who's up?
Okay, you may proceed.
No. Good morning, ma'am. CC's a
Tell
bad.
everybody your name, please.
Ann Mayers.
Okay. And I see by what you're wearing that currently an inmate at the Butler County Jail?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that you're there because you recently entered a guilty plea to aggravated robbery with a 1-year gun specification?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for robbing the R Group Credit Union on Route 4 in Fairfield Township on April 19th of this year?
Yes, it is.
2024, correct? Yes. Okay. And are you still waiting for your sentencing date?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right. And have you received any consideration or promises from the state of Ohio for your testimony here today?
No.
No one's promised you that you're going to get a lighter sentence or anything like that? Did you testify here today?
No, sir.
Okay. Why are you testifying here today?
Because I should.
Okay, all right. Well, then I'm going to take you back to October 11th of 2022, okay? Back in, at that time, on October 11th of 2022, where were you living at?
1260 Parish Avenue.
Okay.
The
And is
neighbor.
that right next door to 1270?
Yes, it is.
So
You're
if I
right, it's
were
a rough
looking- If I
neighborhood.
were standing on Parish Avenue and I were standing in front of 1270, would your house be to the left or to the right?
left. To
I'm
the
sorry,
left.
To the left, thank you. Now I'm going to show you what's been, may I approach with?
You may.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 237.
That's right.
Okay, can you just explain to me what is this picture?
This is the picture where the neighbor was murdered, and this is where I live, and that right there is me.
Okay, all right. And is this would you say this is a true and fair representation of the way your house looked and the other house looked on
Exactly.
October 11th?
Exactly.
Okay. I would ask that the State's Exhibit 237 be admitted and published.
Any objection?
No objection.
But I was wearing
It'll be
different
admitted
clothes
and
at the
it may be
time.
published.
Okay. All right, so, if I may stand by the screen, I'll do, is that all right if I do the pointing
Sure.
since she's, okay. So, ma'am, is Is this 270 right here?
1270.
Or 12, I'm sorry.
Yes,
1270?
yes,
Okay, and this is 1260 right here?
yes.
And Mr. Hunter is appointed.
Oh, yeah, I am short, so that might be an assistance. All right, so this is 1270 here?
Yes,
Okay, and you said this is 1260 your house, correct?
yes.
All right, and are you
Nice
sitting on
color.
the porch here?
I'm the taller head one.
This one?
This one's no, that's my sister.
That's
I'm
your
the
sister?
other one.
Okay, you're that one,
Yes.
right there. Okay.
Sticky noses on the porch.
And you said that's your sister on the porch with you. Did you live with your sister?
My sister lived with me.
Your
That
sister
was my house.
That was yours. I'm sorry. Okay.
That's all right.
Get it
And how
right.
long did you live at 1260?
Well, I lived there since I was 5 years old,
Okay.
until I moved away from home.
Okay. And then you moved back at
Well,
some
I
point?
moved back to take care of my parents
Okay.
before they died.
All right. When's your sister?
Whittling
moving?
away their wood.
Um, Probably in
2019?
2019.
Okay. Now, on October 11th, at that time, did you know the people that lived next door to you at 1270?
I don't know when they moved in. There were so many people that moved in that house
Mm-hmm.
because it was a vacant home and it was a rental. And there were people and people and people. And then Rachelle and Toby,
Okay, so you knew Rachelle and Toby, you knew who they were?
yeah,
Okay, do you see Toby in the courtroom today?
yes, I do. Sitting right there in the blue shirt.
Let the record reflect you identified Mr. Madden.
The record will so reflect.
I'll allow it.
And now, were you on your porch on the morning of, I know you were in this picture, but this is later in the afternoon, were you, on the morning of October 11th, were you on your porch that
Yes.
morning? And what-
Almost every morning.
Almost every morning you're on your porch, what's your routine? What do you do?
Well,
Make a cup of
Sissy's
tea.
raising her grandson.
I'm sorry, Sissy is,
Linda,
That's your
Mayor,
sister?
my sister,
okay.
is raising her grandson.
Mm-hmm.
And we have him, and he, at that time, went to Crawfordwood School, which was down on the next block.
Mm-hmm.
And he would leave at 8:15, and we would try to be out there drinking coffee and checking the phone and so he could wave to us every 5 or 6 steps by, like a kid. And it was around 8:15. And he went to school and I stayed on the porch
I
drinking
stayed on the
coffee, went in, got another cup, and my sister.
Is this where you're talking about October 11th?
Yes.
Yeah, right, okay.
My sister went in because she didn't feel good.
Mm-hmm.
And I stayed there probably at least a couple hours.
Okay. Drinking your coffee?
Yeah,
Okay.
looking at the phone.
Okay, but you said he goes to school at 8:15?
He did then, yes.
He did then, okay, back in 22, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, he's older now.
Mhm.
And at some point that morning when you're on your porch, did you hear something out of
Yes,
the
I
ordinary?
did. I heard a scream.
You heard a scream, okay. What direction? Where
This
did you-
direction.
So you're pointing to your left, correct?
Yes.
Would that be towards 1270 then?
Yes.
All right. What time do you think you heard that?
Well, before I went in,
Sometime after he left?
oh yeah.
Okay.
Hours, a couple hours.
Okay, all right. Well, let me ask you this first. So how old are you right now?
I'm 75,
Okay, so you would have been
73.
73 on October 11th and 22? And do you have any hearing issues?
Yes, I wear hearing aids.
Okay.
What?
Do you have your hearing aids in now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Did you have your hearing aids in on that morning on October 11th?
See, I don't remember if I
Okay,
had them in or not. Usually I wear them
okay.
as soon as I get up, but if I'm just sitting on the porch, sometimes I don't wear them. So I can't say yes and I can't say no.
Okay, all right, fair enough. What'd you think when you heard that scream?
Well, I didn't know what it was. It was, can I give an example? It was like you open a door and something flew at you. It was just a, like that.
Jesus.
Maybe 5-6 seconds.
Grandma.
But there's so many little kids
Now I've got
in our
hearing issues.
neighborhood that I didn't know if it was a kid. I mean, you don't call the police because you hear a scream. I mean, I don't. There'd be police in our
Really?
neighborhood all the time.
Okay.
But that was what I heard.
Okay.
And it was from this direction.
You're pointing to your left.
Yeah, to my left.
Okay.
It wasn't from over here. It was from over here.
Towards Toby and Rachelle's house.
We don't call the police if we hear a scream because it happens in our neighborhood all the time. Of course it does.
Okay. And
Plus, I ain't no snitch.
so you said, I think you said you went back inside?
I did in a little while because I went in to fix breakfast.
Okay. And then at some point, did you come back out?
Yeah, all hell had broke loose.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
Well, there were tons of policemen and women. And Toby was running down the steps screaming, she's dead, she's dead. There's 3 of them. There was 3 of them. And I didn't know. I never ever saw anybody until that moment come out of that house.
Okay.
That's all I saw and heard was a scream.
Okay. All right. Can I have 1 second?
You may.
Ma'am, I appreciate you testifying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Cross-examination is forever.
Morning, man. Good morning. I got a few questions for you. If you don't hear those, or if you're confusing me, you might just let me know, okay? So we saw the picture there. So your front porch where you sat and you had your coffee and where you were that morning and you heard that scream. And then we're talking, what, 25, 30 feet away from the front porch of the parish? Where Toby and Rachelle were, right?
Yes.
You could throw your coffee cup and probably hit their porch or that close to them. Is that fair? Right? I think you identified this, but was your sister in the picture with you on the porch?
Yes.
You said you were the taller head person, but
Yes.
your sister, and your sister is Linda,
Yes.
and you referred to her as Sissy
Yeah.
during your you mentioned during your testimony that police are in our neighborhood all the time. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, off and on. Yeah, a lot of kids in our neighborhood.
But your testimony wasn't the police are in your neighborhood a lot. Is that fair?
I said I didn't want the
Right.
police to call the police. You don't call the
Okay.
police for everything.
Let's approach, please.
All right. Elle.
Ma'am, you said you've lived at the residence we saw in the picture since you were 5 years old?
Until I left home when I was like 18 or 19.
2 years ago, you said you were 73 years old, still living in that house?
Yes.
In the year or two prior to that, did police have to respond to your neighborhood often?
No more than any other neighborhood.
So would the police come out once a week or less?
Oh, no.
Was there a lot of drug activity near the residence you had on Parish?
Well, there were some, yes.
And when I ask about drug activity, you talking about people appearing on the influence of drugs, people selling drugs? What kind of drug stuff did you see?
I never saw anyone sell drugs.
So what kind of drug activity did you
I've
see?
seen people laying on the ground with syringes in their hand, but I've never seen actual buying and selling. I don't think I did. Of course, I don't know. I don't know anything about drugs. We never had drugs when I was growing up.
These people you receive with syringes in their arm, was this near your home?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
Sorry.
that's all right.
Is this something you would observe when you're out on the porch in your
Yes,
morning routine?
morning, afternoon, early evening.
Were you pleased to see that Rachelle and Toby had moved in next door?
I was pleased to see Rachelle
Okay.
because she was very nice and sociable.
Is it fair to say that the people who'd been in and out of that house before Rachelle were people that you weren't too fond of?
Yes.
Were there any people that may
Grandma
have been
didn't approve.
engaging in the drug activity you described going in and out of that house that
Yes.
Rachelle had occupied?
Before they came there.
All right.
Yes.
And isn't it true that 2 weeks before Rachelle moved in, there were people at 1270 Parish and they invited you in to look at the house?
Yeah, there were people fixing it up. I had been in there when I was a kid.
Okay. But did they invite you in the house to take a look
Yeah.
at it?
Mhm.
And those 2 weeks before Rachelle showed up at Parish, what kind of condition was the house?
Well, they were renovating it, like putting in new cabinets and new flooring and,
I may be confusing there. I'm talking about before you even know who Rachelle is. Did you enter the property 2 weeks?
yes, that's
before?
what I mean.
Okay.
Someone was renovating inside,
Okay.
putting up new cabinets and counters and flooring.
Had you ever been in the house without these things you just described?
When I was a kid. But no, that's the only time I've been in that house since I was a child.
Did you notice the broken windows on 1270
I
Parish?
never noticed anything like that, no.
Did you ever go inside the 1270 Parish residence with Rachelle at all?
No.
The workers who invited you into the house, was that Toby or Rachelle?
They weren't there yet. They didn't live there then.
So was this like a moving company, or do you remember who these movers
I guess
were?
the landlord or the real estate people hired them. I don't know who hired them.
You're outside every day on your porch, did you see these movers carrying junk out of the house?
No,
Did you see them take anything out of 1270 Parish?
no.
You just know that they may have been working on this.
Yeah, they had cabinets sitting on the floor and they were putting in new counters. It was 2 men.
Did you ever see Toby at the residence at 1270 Parish?
Not until they moved in.
Isn't it true that Rachelle was usually gone and Toby was there?
Yes.
So how many times did you think you saw Toby at Parish? Was it daily?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever tell anyone from law enforcement that you were finally going to have good neighbors?
Yes.
And did you say neighbors?
Yeah, I said, we had met Rachelle and I said we were finally going to have a good neighbor.
Because you had not had very good experience with the people who had.
No,
lived
it was a
12
rental house.
Right, and there have been drug people in and out of that house. Is
Been
that
all
fair?
kinds of people in and out of that house.
I want to talk to you about the scream that you heard. Did you just hear one scream or did you hear multiple?
One scream, about 7 seconds, maybe long.
And I know you
Wow.
described it as someone opened the door, someone screaming, Your
7 seconds is a
testimony
long
is that scream
scream.
or what you heard was.
That's a long scream. Wow. You can't yourself 7 seconds. I'm sorry, but I'd be ringing the police. Hmm.
5, 6, 7
Yeah.
seconds long.
And I never heard another thing.
Could you describe as a male, female for us?
No,
Could you, I mean, had you ever spoken to Michelle out of the properties?
yeah.
Yes. Were you able to decide if that was her screaming?
No, I never thought about it. It was like a high-pitched scream. So I don't know if that would be a woman or a man. But it was a high-pitched scream.
Did you just hear the one scream or did you
One
hear
scream.
others? Did you hear any arguments?
Nope.
Did you hear anybody yelling at somebody
Nope.
else? Did you hear anything which would have sounded like furniture toppling over onto the floor?
No.
And again, the pictures show us you're pretty close to that
Yes.
residence, correct?
Yes.
When you've lived next door, were you ever able to hear other things from within the house, like music or tools?
Oh, yeah. You can hear that boom, boom, boom. You know, young kids, boom, boom, boom.
Did you ever hear tools being used on the inside when Mr. Madden was in there? So yes?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, was he trying
Thank
to
you,
help with
sweetheart.
renovation at all?
I don't know. The renovation was finished when they moved in. I mean, as finished as it was, I hadn't been back in the house, so I don't know how much was finished.
You said you heard this scream. Now, how long did you were on the porch, correct? How long did you stay on the porch until you went inside?
I don't know, close to maybe 10:45, somewhere around there, 10:30-ish, 11, 10:45. I don't remember exactly, but it was later than 10 o'clock.
Well, don't worry so much about the timing of it, as I'm trying to figure out how long, like how many minutes. Not did you look at
After the
clock?
scream?
Yeah, after the
Oh, I
scream,
don't know.
did you immediately go in the house? Or
No.
you sit out there for 15 more
No,
minutes?
because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know, I didn't know if it was a kid over there screaming. I didn't know. I know it come from this side and it was a high-pitched scream. But I just went back to looking at the phone and then I said, well, I'll go fix breakfast.
Okay, so just to be clear, you did hear the scream and then you went back to your phone, went
Yeah.
back to your food.
I was outside for maybe 15 minutes or so, I guess. Then I went in and fixed breakfast.
All right. Where was your sister at when?
She
you
went
heard the scream?
in earlier because she didn't feel good.
So when you heard the scream out on your porch, your sister was not next to you?
Right.
You said you stayed out there for approximately 15 minutes after the scream. Did you see anybody come into the residence or leave the residence?
No, I never saw anything.
At some point, you said Toby was running down the street screaming. Is that what you
No,
said?
I said down the stairs.
Upstairs. I'm
We're on the
sorry.
high side of the street.
Yes.
Our property's up, across the street is flat. And he was coming down the steps. I don't know, they probably have 10 or 15 steps to come down off the porch.
Yeah, your residence is in porches a little bit up off.
Yeah, it's up, yeah.
So you heard Toby screaming while going down these steps
Yeah.
towards the road?
Mhm.
And when you observed this, were police already on the scene? Is that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's,
Yes.
it's okay, I do it too,
That's
for the
all right.
record, we gotta know if that's a yes. All right, so when you observed this, police were already there. You know how many police cars were out there, did you
Oh,
know?
my. A lot.
Was there,
a lot.
was there an ambulance out there at the time? You remember?
I don't remember.
So, you saw Toby go down the steps screaming, what did he say?
He said, she's dead, somebody killed her, there were 3 of them.
Where did he go to? He went down steps, where did
And he came over right in front of my property, right in front of where we were sitting. And there was a policeman that came on this side of him and a policeman that came on this side of him. Because I started to go down to find out what was wrong with him, because he was,
Was he hysterical?
yeah, you could say that.
Was there any calmness to him at all?
No,
Did you notice anything on his hands? His hands were bloody at all? Did he have any weapons or anything in his
No.
hands? Did he make any other statements other than what
that's
you?
all he said.
Did he try to run away from the police?
Nope.
Is that the only time that you saw Toby that day? Is when he-
Yes.
When he was going down the steps screaming?
Yes, sir.
What about Rachelle? Did you see her at any point that day?
No. I was wondering because the dog was always there. She had a dog, he had a dog, a big old sloppy thing. Old, 2 steps, go to sleep.
This is the next door neighbour to the left-hand side if you're looking at their house. And she got done for, I think it was armed robbery earlier on in the year, and she's awaiting her sentencing. So, yeah, that's the next door neighbour who's testifying. Hence the orange suit.
And I wondered where the dog was all day.
So you didn't see the dog at all?
Not until much later
When you say much later, this is after police.
in the afternoon.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Hahn?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Wilder just asked you, I believe that you were pleased to see Toby and Rachelle move in, and I think you said you were glad to see Rachelle move in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you not glad to see Toby move in?
Toby was strange.
What do you mean by that?
No,
I don't really know, but he was
Just explaining.
He was always over at the house wanting something.
Whose house?
My house,
Over your house?
yes.
What do we need? Want something?
He wanted to use the Wi-Fi, he wanted to use the telephone, he wanted to, and he, no.
Okay.
Now, when I say this, he was like on something crazy. He wasn't normal.
Okay. Did he make you nervous?
Yeah, very.
Okay. Would you say you were scared of him?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, I'm sorry, is that a
Yeah,
yes?
yes.
Okay, all right. Hang on one second. Man, thank you. That's all I had.
Whoa.
Anytime that you've met with anybody to discuss how you feel about Mr. Madden is after he'd been arrested and charged with murder.
Mr. Madden.
Is that fair?
Yes.
You said he was strange and you were scared around him. Did you ever tell Detective Botts that he didn't appear to be a mean person?
Well, he didn't appear to be mean. He was just different.
Okay. Isn't it true you also told Detective Botts that he didn't seem like a murderer?
No. I
You're
don't remember
denying?
saying that.
Are you denying that you told Detective Botts in an interview that you said Toby Madden did not appear to you to be a murderer?
I don't remember saying that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach, please.
And what exactly does a murderer look like? They come in all different shapes and sizes. And it's only an opinion. It's speculatory. It's not. She hasn't got a murder detector attached to her forehead. Like, beep, 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 beep. Yep, okay. Hello. I'm sure it's probably definitely in the statement if he's had that reaction, no doubt. Let's refresh your recollection, shall we? Come on.
Maybe probably you remember the question.
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
What's your answer?
I don't remember saying that.
When you say you don't remember, does that mean you're denying that you ever made it, or you just don't recall if you told Detective?
I don't
Bond said?
recall.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, why didn't you produce the evidence if you had it?
You're right, we didn't.
I was appointed that.
Recall by us.
Thank you, Deputy Sergeant. Okay, next witness, please.
Statement called Detective Aaron Hutt.
Those evidence bags are still sitting there. Oh, that could be.
The state may proceed with its examination.
Sorry. Morning.
Morning.
Tell everybody your name and occupation, please.
Aaron Huckey. I'm a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
And how long have you been with Hamilton Police Department?
21 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
8 years.
Okay. What are your duties as a Hamilton Police Department detective?
As a detective, I'm
Lead investigator?
I investigate crimes that happen and occur within the City of Hamilton.
Okay. And what is your training and education to be a police officer in general?
Yep. I went to the D. Russell Lee Police Academy. After graduation, I was hired on after being promoted. I went to the multiple different OPATA courses for crime scene tech as well as photography.
Okay. And is that your, that training go to being a detective also then?
Yes.
Okay. Any other training you have, or is that
I have
formal or informal?
Also have training within for the Faro 3D scanner, as well as bullet trajectory.
Okay.
I
And
think the Faro 3D scanner is the one that they use. I thought I heard them say in helicopters and stuff. So it's like the heat. What do you call it? The thermal camera. I think.
were you requested on October 11th of 2022 to respond out to 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And that's in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And what purpose were you called out there for?
My Lieutenant Patrick Erb, called me and asked if I would process a scene at 1270 Parish.
Okay. What does that mean to process a scene?
Overall, to photograph and then collect evidence.
Okay. So what time did you arrive there at 1270 Parish?
Approximately 1 p.m.
Okay. And other officers, they got there about an hour then before you?
Yes.
So what was the scene when you arrived there around 1?
Upon my arrival, the scene had already been taped off to include the street just west of the residence, as well as north and south of the residence, and the rear alley of the residence.
Okay. Officers everywhere doing different tasks, I assume?
Yes.
And what, why don't you explain to the jury what tasks were you there to perform then?
Upon my arrival, I met with Officer Katie Johnson. She described to me what actions she had taken. I knew that Detective Tony Keep had already been securing a search warrant for the residence. So while I waited for that search warrant to be signed and approved, I went ahead and started taking photographs of the exterior of the residence.
Okay. How long did it take before you got the search warrant and then you got to actually go into the residence?
I would say approximately 45 minutes or so.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about all the pictures you took here in a second.
Sure.
So just trying to do it all at once. So, so you went around the entire exterior of the house and took photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you got the search warrant and went in, did you then enter the residence at 1270?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you notice anything as soon as you went in the house?
Immediately upon entering the residence for an initial walkthrough, I smelled an overwhelming smell of rubbing alcohol within the residence, specifically within that first two rooms, right
Okay.
inside the front door.
And you took note of that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that indicate anything to you?
To me, it would be used as
Speculation.
just the overall layout of the residence as well as possible items of evidence.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Bruce.
You may.
Mr. Wilder, is the 1 through 69, I'm going to have you look at, and then 20. Yeah, and then 1 through 69 on there, and then 209. All right, I got it. Thanks. All right, I'm going to have you just, can you briefly flip through 1 through 69, and then look at 209 when you get done with the first ones,
Sure.
and then once you've looked at all, let me know once you've looked at all those. that one out of the sleeve.
Yep.
Can you please, exhibits 1 through 69, can you please identify what those are?
Photographs that I've taken of the scene.
Okay, and are those true and accurate and fair representation of the way the scene looked on October 11th, 2022 when you were there?
Yes, they are.
All right. And exhibit 209, can you please identify that?
That's a diagram of the residence, the first floor as well as the second floor.
Okay, did you create that?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair representation of the floor plan of that, the home at 1270 Parish and the way it looked on October 11th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
All right, I would ask that States Exhibit 1 through 69 and then 209 be admitted and permission to publish.
All right. Looks like 4, 6, 33, 45, 46, 47, 55, and 57 have already been admitted. So aside from those, do you have any objections to the other exhibits that are being offered at this time, Mr. Wilder?
No.
Okay, those will be admitted and they may be published.
All right. Just start with number 1. All right, so we're going to go through these one by one, Detective. And there is, if you see here to your right down, if you step, there's a pointer on the outside of the witness box where you are if you want to, if you, here, oh, can you might be able to, if you touch that screen in front of you, will it, can you draw circles on it or lines, or does it work with your finger?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it done.
No, okay, so we don't need the pointer. Should be good. And I think if you go to the top left corner of the screen, or is it top right? Top right, you might be able to hit clear to get that, what you just put on there. Okay. All right, can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here in States Exhibit 1?
The exterior of the front to 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay, and is that now Detective Johnson, I believe, standing on the front porch there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 2. Again, please describe what we're looking at here.
Again, it's just a little bit altered view of the same front of 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay, and are you aware of what is on the wall there in the bottom, I guess it's the bottom right corner of the picture?
Yes.
And what is, you put a circle around it?
Yes.
And what did you just circle there?
I circled, it was a pack of cigarettes. Some of them are out.
Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? No? You're just going back through the photos of the house, are they?
Outside of the box.
Okay, all right, if you want to hit
Oh.
clear on that.
My eyeballs aren't floating anymore.
All right, let's go to
Awesome.
Exhibit 3. And
Oh.
what are we looking at in States Exhibit 3?
That's a closer view of the same pack of cigarettes with a few of them outside of the box.
Okay.
Who's the smoker?
Exhibit 4. And please describe this exhibit.
Hey, buddy.
It's the front of 1270 Parish Avenue. It's an approach.
Okay, and the caution tape's up around the house.
Yes.
Let's go to States Exhibit 5. What are we looking at here?
The steps leading up to the residence.
States Exhibit 6. And what are we looking at in this?
As we approach up the steps to the front door.
Okay, doors open.
Yes.
Okay. Any damage to the door or any sign of a break?
Door open?
No.
States Exhibit 7. And again, I'm going to ask this question a lot. Please
Yep,
describe
that's
this
fine.
to the jury.
This is the windows to the left as well as the left side of the front of the residence.
Okay. Now, is there anything of note in the window on the right there?
It would be a piece of board or something blocking the windows.
Okay. All right. And
Where?
let's go on to States Exhibit 8. Or, I'm sorry, one second. Well, and I'm sorry, before we go to 8, is there you said there's a board inside. Can you just circle what you're talking about there?
Yeah, I can't see.
In the residence, there's a board.
Okay.
set up
And is there damage to the window itself?
No.
Okay. Down in the right corner of the right window, what am I seeing there? Is that,
That's, I believe that's to the screen, window screen.
that's just damage to the window?
Window screen.
Okay, no damage to the glass itself, though, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Let's go on to number 8. And what are we looking at here?
Again, it's just an altered view of the same angle with showing the roof.
Okay. Number 9. What is this picture of?
This is the area below that same set of windows showing the block windows for the basement.
And any damage to those block windows?
No.
Number 10. Again, what's this one?
The same windows again showing the board behind them.
Okay. Number 11. What are we looking at here?
A glimpse of both those windows, the top and the basement block windows, as well as the area just north of the residence showing the neighbor's house.
Okay, and that would be Ms. Mayor's house at 1260 on the left there?
Yes,
And this is still the front of the house, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Let's go on to number 12.
This is an overview.
Okay.
This is an overview of the north side of the residence between the neighbor's house.
Okay, and how far would you say the houses are apart there, where the walls are?
Probably within 8 feet, 10 feet.
Okay, you still walk through there, you could fit through there?
Yes.
Any damage to the windows that we see on the pictures to 1270 there in the side of the house?
No.
Let's go on to number 13. And what are we looking at here?
An additional view showing down the north side of the 1270 Parish Avenue.
All right, and again, no damage to the windows there?
Correct.
It's the same windows we saw before?
Correct.
14. And what are we looking at in this picture?
This is one of the basement windows that's blocked with one of those vent screens, allowing you to open it up. That's on the north side of the residence.
Okay, and any damage to any of the glass blocks there?
No.
15? Or, well, hold on 1 second. What, is the screen ripped out of that? Is that a window?
Click the wrong banner. It's supposed to be that one. But yes, potty mouth syndrome, prevalent. Beware.
Window that you would crank open?
I believe so.
Okay, and is there any damage to that actual piece that moves itself, or are we just looking at the screen here?
Just the screen ripped.
Okay.
Period.
What are we looking at here?
That is a window from the north side of the residence.
Okay, these are the same 2 windows.
What's the point of
we've seen in the
these?
Previous pictures, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that, again, no damage?
Correct.
So no break-ins, I suppose,
Again, one of the same 2 windows, no damage.
to exclude anyone else entering the premises with the nosy neighbour out the front.
This is going to be the rear of the residence.
Okay, so that's the back door there?
Yes.
Cute little
Do you know if that, when you
overhang
went
shingle
through the house and
type.
went through the outside, was that door locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Any damage to that door?
Yes, there was.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, there was. Appeared to be It did have previous damage.
Previous damage, not. And what do you mean by previous damage?
It was damaged, but it was still functioning as it should.
Okay, all right. And the screen door, are you talking about damage to the actual door itself, not that storm door on the, or which door there's 2 doors?
Yeah, the actual, not the screen door.
Okay, all right. Where was that damage?
It was to the inside frame. the locking side of frame of the door, as well as dents to the door.
Okay. But again, that door was locked when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Any damage to those windows that we see in the picture there?
No.
18, please.
So they didn't come in the back door.
Looking again at the rear of the residence, there's 3 windows, 2 of them for the first floor, and there are items stacked up or blocking the view into and out of the windows.
Okay, so those are items inside the house that you couldn't see out of the windows?
That's correct.
19, please. And please describe this one.
Just again, an overall of the back of the residence.
20. What are we looking at in this one?
Closer view of the back door.
Okay. And where did you see, can you see the damage in this picture?
Yes.
Where, can you circle it where you saw damage?
It would be off to the right of the 2 door handles.
Okay, and that there are 2 deadbolts though, correct? Or 2 locks, is that fair to say?
2 locks, yes.
2 locks?
Yes.
And they were both functioning?
Yes.
If you want to get clear
Yes.
there. 21, please.
Let me guess, closer up again. No, no.
And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 21?
This is going to be an overview of the south side of the residence, leading back to the front of the house.
Okay, so if you were on the street, this would be the right side of the house if you were looking at the house from the street, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And air conditioning unit out there?
Yes.
And then 2, or I guess there's 3 windows, isn't there?
3 windows.
Okay. Any damage to those windows?
One of the windows does have damage to it.
What kind of damage?
Damage to the glass.
Okay. I believe we'll see that in a photo coming up here. Let's go to 22. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is a photo of the front bedroom glass window.
Okay. And is there damage to this window?
Yes.
Well, just circle where it is, please. Okay. Is the glass intact?
Partially.
Is it missing out of anywhere or?
Yes, it's missing out of this area right here.
Okay. All right. And then there's some tape at the bottom there?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Clear that out. Hang on 1 second, Ron.
What number are we up to? You happy for me to L? Go slow.
Okay. Is that hole there, is that,
Right,
could a
there's a
person
hole in the
fit through?
screen. Lovely.
What are we looking at? 20.
This is an above view of the same window.
Okay.
An angle showing the top.
Lovely.
Well, what do we
Hey,
have here?
Again, this is
Windows are ready.
a block window for the basement with one of those vent openings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And again, is there any damage to that?
No.
Nope. Next.
Basement vent window with the glass block.
No damage.
All right. And how high are those windows off the ground, would you say?
6 foot. Oh,
I'd estimate about 8 feet or so.
wow.
Okay. Could you, so fair to say you couldn't stand there on your feet and look in those windows?
Correct.
No, not unless you're a
Any
suspect.
damage to those?
It's from looking back the way we just traveled, looking back towards the back of the residence.
Mm-hmm. Lovely.
Here.
This is a GMC train that was parked immediately in front of the residence.
Okay. And do we know whose vehicle that is?
Yes,
And whose vehicle is that?
it would be the victims.
Would that be
In.
Rachelle Brewsaugh's
Come here.
vehicle?
That's correct.
In. Mm.
Any damage to that vehicle? Or that you saw?
I missed-
or-
That's correct.
who's that
Okay. And do we know
belong to?
whose vehicle that is?
Yes,
And whose vehicle is that?
it would be the victims.
Would that
Okay.
be Rachelle Brewsaugh's vehicle?
That's correct.
Is it anything?
Porch leading up to the front door of the residence with a partially burnt or smoked cigarette.
Okay. We'll come back to that then. Okay. And that's the doors open, correct?
Correct.
That's the front door, right?
Yes.
30?
Mm-hmm.
This is a closer immediately off the front door.
Any damage to the door there?
No.
What are we looking at in this picture?
This is the interior of that same front door with the door shut.
Mm-hmm.
And
was the door functioning?
yes.
Door lock? What do we have in
Oh,
this picture?
oh, sorry.
This is an overview of the victim lying
Bloody
face
hell.
up
Mm,
immediately inside the front room
Sorry.
of that residence.
Is this how she was found
Bloody hell.
when Detective Johnson
Sorry.
arrived, or Officer Johnson at the time? Or if she'd been moved at any point here?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
This is how she was when I arrived.
Okay. 34.
I hope they're not going to show it.
What are we looking at in this picture?
Additional view showing down the
And the
wall,
man just was
as well
not
as some of the
big enough.
blood and some of the furniture within
Yeah.
that room.
And what is that? May I approach the screen?
You may.
What are we looking at? What is this in the window here?
In the window, it is a floor sample. When you go to buy flooring, you can take some of the samples. It's one of those boards to bring back to the residence, try to pick out flooring.
Okay, floor sample board, correct? And you'll see other pictures of wood.
Top of a table that's leaning up against the wall.
Okay.
I really need to warn the cameraman.
Can I have 1 second?
Sure.
What do we have here?
That's a broken lamp.
Broken, is that? And detective, is this also blood right here, or is that something else?
I would have to look at an additional view.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Stacy, thank you.
Oh, 36.
Exhibit 36. And what?
Here, there's some here on this, as well as
It must have been everywhere.
in this
Can
general
you
area
imagine?
here, and then
It's
on
hive.
top of this ledge here, there will be some.
Thank you.
Lying on the ground, as well as the victim's left arm and some additional blood.
Okay, you can see the wounds on
Ugh,
Ms.
sounds
Brewsaugh in this
horrific.
picture, in her arm, her torso,
Yes,
and that that cabinet, is it on its?
Did you catch a glimpse of that picture?
It's laying on the front side. That's the back of it that we're seeing up in the air, correct?
that's correct.
Was there blood on that piece of furniture?
Yes,
Where do you, if you know where it is, or if it's not in this picture, we can go to another.
it's not, it's,
And that's fine.
yeah, blankets and bedding, that's within that same bedroom, or correction, within that same room.
This is the front room as you enter the house.
Correct.
Okay, and this is the same room that her body's in.
Yes,
What is marked as number 3 there?
that'd be a cell phone.
Okay. It's on the 39.
$39. We're up to
To
39.
the front door, looking left into the second front room that connects to where the victim is.
Fair to say this is this the pathway that so the front door would be basically here, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is this the path that you would take to go to the basement then?
Yes.
Thank you. And is there blood in this picture also?
Yes, there is.
Where?
There's going to be blood on the top of this box here. And then here, as well as when it'll show on this piece of board.
Okay. It's 140. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 40?
This is immediately turning to the right of the last photo, showing an overview of the victim as well as the front door and the window.
Okay. Again, you can see the wounds on Rachelle in this picture.
Yes.
41. What do we have in this picture?
This is on the other side, so I've been standing between the cabinet and the couch, facing towards that second room at the front of the residence.
Okay, and where would her, where would her body be?
Her
in
body
relation
should
to this
be
picture?
over in that direction.
Okay. All right. 22, or well, hold on a second. Is there blood on this cabinet in this picture, or is this not the?
No, not on this picture. It would have been on this side over here.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you. 42. What do we have in State's Exhibit 42?
This would have been to the left of the couch. We have a black bag as well as some clothing and drinks and a clear container.
Okay. And that black bag was collected by you or other detectives, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. 243. And what do we have in this view here?
This is going to be an overview of the second room, depicting the board that I previously stated had blood footprints on it, as well as a small couch with bedding material on it and additional items on a small table into the back.
Okay. And is there blood on any items there besides the board, or?
There was a small drop on this item here.
All right, and that looks like that would be the lid to that white container there, is that correct?
That's correct.
44. And what do we have in this one?
This is an approach angle into the kitchen of the residence.
Okay. Any blood splatter in this picture, or not in this?
Not in this picture.
Okay. 45. What did we have in this picture?
This is an overview of the kitchen area in the process of being remodeled.
Okay, so this room is actually a kitchen. It just doesn't have the appliances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are the other rooms in this picture?
In this direction is back towards the basement and that back door.
Okay.
Through this area will be the front bedroom, what we call the front bedroom. Yeah.
Sure.
And then through here, where that light's coming from is the bathroom. But then back here, straight back, is a second back bedroom.
Okay.
To that.
46. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 46?
This is an additional interior view of the back door.
Okay. And what is of note in this photograph?
Of note is the two locking mechanisms here and here.
Okay. And what else is that? What is that board or dark object to the right of the locking, over on the other side of the door?
I believe it's just a large piece of plastic.
Okay, it was laying up there. And then is this the piece in the middle that sawhorse looking thing, is that up against the door?
No, it's not. That's actually closer to us. There's going to be stairs, I believe, 2 or 3 right in this area.
Okay.
So that's on our level,
Okay. All right. Very good.
first floor level, I should say.
Okay. 47? And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 47?
Again, an additional view of those locks.
Okay, close up of both of those deadbolts are locked, correct?
Yes.
48? What do we have in this picture?
This is an approach angle to the bathroom.
All right. Doors open, is that, what we see at the floor there, is that dirt or something at that point, or you're not, or do you know? Or do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's down here at the bottom. I believe it's just dirt.
Okay, all right. 49? And what do we have in State's Exhibit 49?
Immediately inside the bathroom to the right, there's the door with a small bag hanging off the handle, as well as the sink.
Okay, and anything to note in this picture?
Within the sink, I saw what appeared to be brown spots that had been washed, or basically washed blood.
Okay, and wait, can you just circle where that is?
Okay.
Thank you.
What's that green thing?
What is that? What are those items on the other items on the sink? Just tell us what those are.
Well, we have soap. We have, this is like a.
Which one are you pointing?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is some soap. Additional, I believe these are deodorant. Toothbrush. I can't recall exactly what this is. I believe this may be a lighter of some sort.
Okay.
It's like a jet lighter.
150. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 50?
Additional view showing some of that same sink, as well as the toilet with cleaning supplies on the top and the tub.
Okay. And there's,
It really needed some repair, didn't it?
that toilet bowl cleaner?
Yes.
That works, and what's the one behind it?
I believe it's an overall just bathroom cleaner, or surface cleaner.
Okay. And then also in this picture, again, can you see the blood that you pointed out in State's Exhibit 49? Thank you. Clear that out. 51.
We're getting there. 51.
What do we have in this picture?
And this is going to be walking into the front bedroom.
Okay. And is that, those aren't stairs back there, are they?
No, it's not.
Okay. So that door's just open to that bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. 52. And what do we have in this picture?
This is a lower overall view of that front bedroom, what we call it front bedroom.
Okay. Any blood back here?
No.
And again, what do we have here?
We have items of clothing with 2 cell phones lying on the clothing.
All right. And is that that's a piece of furniture, correct?
Yes, it is.
Would that be a nightstand or something, or trying to, I can't tell what that is, or a small dresser or cabinets?
It's a cabinet. I don't remember exactly what type of cabinet it was.
54. What do we have in this picture?
This is coming down to the basement. I'm in the basement looking back up
Okay.
those stairs.
Do you recall if the basement was lit or dark when you went down there?
It was dark. There was no access to lighting down in the basement.
Okay, so no overhead lighting in the basement, or no string to pull a
Correct.
light bulb or anything like that? No
Correct.
switches on the wall?
Correct.
How was this lit up then?
That would have been lit up with my camera. The first room, when you come down the steps to the basement, my back is to the room.
Yeah. Seen them. Moving along.
In the furnace.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
more of that workbench area,
Bloody hell.
the bucket and the
Really needs a good bloody makeover.
What's in that?
Big job.
What's the, is that in States Exhibit 59?
This is a large amount of clothing, as well as another broom off to the left, a toothbrush, and other items.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
I see the broom. I don't see the toothbrush. Who leaves their clothes like that in a basement? You'd have all insects and
This is, again, this is that
Yeah.
room off to the right, the same one that you said, and when you came down the stairs, this would have been the other bedroom off to the right, or is this now the smaller bedroom on the left?
No, we're still in the same room as the prior photo.
Okay.
Our back is now to that workbench.
Okay, all right. 60. And what do we have in 60?
We're now standing where from the previous photo angle, looking back towards the door to this room would have been over in this general area. Here's the furnace, and then additional clothing and miscellaneous items.
Okay.
The water heater.
okay. But she said her mother was OCD.
And what do we have in States Exhibit 61 here?
We have a cell phone as well as a wallet and a green fleece.
That's the vest.
Sleeveless jacket.
Okay, vest?
Yes, vest.
Okay, all right. And
As well as a gray shirt to the right.
okay, all right. And the 9 and the 10 are marking what?
9 is marking the cell phone, 10 is marking the wallet.
Oh.
Again, these photographs were taken on the day of October 11th, correct?
That's correct.
62. And again, what do we have here on 62?
Is there additional photos? This time the 11 is the green fleece vest. 12 is for a SIM card from a cell phone, and 13 is for a key with the red plastic portion to it.
63. And what do we have in States Exhibit 63?
This is a view of that front window showing that floor sample.
Okay, and still blood on the window, still in the window
Oh.
frame?
Yes.
Oh. Oh.
What did we have here in 64?
An additional view of that same window with that floor sample moved.
Okay, so this, you removed that floor sample to take this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. In order to show, I guess, the whole window?
Yes.
And then is there blood on the floor also?
Yes, there is.
Is that a dog bowl?
Yeah.
Dog dish at the bottom?
Yes, it is.
65. Again, what do we have?
That wasn't left there by
Additional
previous
view
one.
showing the white patterns of the blood.
What do we have in 66?
This is of that interior, right when we walked into the front door to the left. When you shut the door, this would be the wall immediately to your left, showing blood spatter.
Okay, and you just show us where the mark on there, where the blood splatter is, please.
Here. These are additional.
This is a high-tech courtroom. Touch screen. Oh, they're going to show it.
Okay, and are those in the middle one that you circled, are those tracks of where it was dripping down the wall?
Yes.
7. And what do we have in 67?
This is going to be on an adjacent wall of a close-up view.
Different wall than we just looked at in 66, correct?
Yes.
And with adjacent, when you say adjacent, what do you mean?
This
Where's
one's
this in relation to 66?
This one's directly behind us.
Okay, from the other wall.
Yes.
All right, and that, I'll call it a ruler, or is that something that you put there?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that to you, that ruler, what do you use that for?
It's a scale to show the overall scale, so we would be able to pull that up and know that if this scales at this, how many inches this is, then we could scale the rest of the.
Okay, how many inches is that scale you're using?
It is, I believe it's 3 inches.
Okay, and that blood splatter is, can you just point out what all this blood splatter on there, please? Thank you. 68.
Looks like it's
And what do we
everywhere.
have in States Exhibit 68?
This is the blood on the cabinet. The cabinet is now standing upright.
Okay, Okay.
We lifted it up and stood it upright.
Okay,
Looked
members of the
underneath.
Hamilton Police Department lifted that and stood it up.
Yes.
This is the one that we saw earlier that was lying face down, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what are we looking at on, in this picture on the side of it?
We have some blood here, as well as some right here.
Okay, and
Mask off.
am I, is it fair to say that to the left of this, this side here would be the front of the cabinet?
Yes.
And this is the side that was laying face down?
Yes, that's correct.
69, please. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 69?
This is an additional view of the front door, again with the scale and additional blood.
Okay, I'm sorry, you said this is the front door?
Yes.
Okay, and that, again, is that a 3-inch scale that you put on there?
Yes.
And please show us where the blood is here. Thank you. Yep. Now, one second.
That's 69, Teresa.
And I forgot to have you look at one adverse witness.
You may.
You still have both there?
Yes.
I'm going to look at 238. I get a, please flip the exhibit book there and go to State's Exhibit 238 and identify that. In
We didn't turn their mobile off.
I've located it.
Okay, you take a look at that and identify it, please.
Yes, it's a white folding knife located at the top of that cabinet that was originally laying down in the front room.
Okay, and is that a true and accurate representation of the way that that knife was located when you were there on October 11th, 2022?
Yes.
It's State's Exhibit 238, be admitted and published.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
Beware.
All right, so now please describe to the
Niffy.
jury what we're looking at.
This is going to be like a crown molding feature of the cabinet that was face down on the floor.
Within it, this is while it's still face down on the floor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Within that, there was this folding knife here.
Okay, and is that what number 7 is signifying there?
Yes, it is.
With that knife was collected, correct?
Yes.
So it was attempted to be concealed. Not very well, albeit, but
And let's go to, actually, I think I have to switch to the other one. I have 209. Now, up on the big screen there, or I guess you said it on your screen. Can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 209?
Yeah, we're looking at a 2D view of a diagram of the residence.
Okay, and this would be the first floor of the house or the main floor?
Yes.
Okay, can you just point out each room and where the front door is? And
Front porch is going to be here.
I don't think, actually, I don't think you can, is it drawing room?
Might not be. Front porch? No, it's not letting me. But the
Okay,
front,
have you pull up here. If you would, maybe step down. Sure. Just describe what you're gonna do on the street there.
So here's going to be the front porch where we made the original approach to the residence. Here's the front door. Here's the victim up to the right. That cabinet would have been laying here. The couch and those items would have been here with the phone. Additional items of evidence, the additional front room, the kitchen, front bedroom with the 2 cell phones, and the bathroom with the.
Okay, and where is the, how do you get to the basement?
The basement would be, we would walk through here, walk through the back, and then this would be down to the basement. So you walk down 2 steps, there's a landing to that back door, take a left, there's an additional landing, or that's part of the same landing, and you walk down those steps.
Okay, and let me go to the second page. What are we looking at in the second page, 209?
Here we are walking down the steps through this door, or sorry, through this room to the right, and then here is that open room in front, underneath the front of the residence. And this is the area that we located the jacket, the SIM card, wallet, and those items.
Where would that, where was that bucket that we saw, just to get a reference?
It was right here.
Okay, and the washing machine would have been where when you came down the steps, if you remember? Was that right by the steps?
Yeah, that was back over here.
Okay, all right, so, and then the other small room?
This is just like an empty additional storage type room.
Okay.
Back in that area. There was not much of anything back in that area.
All right, thank you. Detective, did you, you said you collected that folding knife, correct?
Yes.
And did you also collect the cigarette?
Yes.
Which cigarette did you, are you talking about the cigarette that was on the front porch?
Yes.
That we saw in the one picture of the up close right by the front door?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would
May.
you stand? So I'm going to hand you, I'll wait till
I think we've got about 15 minutes before lunch break.
Good. Yes. All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 213, Mr. Wilder, and also 216. They're pistols there. Please take a look at 213 and 216 and identify both of these, please.
So I'll be closing the stream when they recess for lunch, and I will recommence day 2 afternoon session on the morrow.
For the record's sake, which one are you opening right now?
I'm opening 213. So 213 is going to be the folding knife, white handle that I collected from the top of that cabinet.
All right. And
Only little.
and that is the same knife that you collected from the top of that cabinet on October 11, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
That's the 213. 213 be admitted.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right,
And-
we'll give
Because
it-
it doesn't really matter
Can I just have him stand closer to the box and have him hold it up?
the size of it. If it's
Maybe walk down to the end.
sharp and pointy, it can do some damage.
Sorry. thank you.
Very serious fellow, isn't he?
Thank you, Detective.
As he has to be.
Now, if you would open the other one, it was 216, and identify 216 once you get it open.
Technically, you should be changing gloves. Just saying. We've touched evidence with potential DNA on it. You could transfer. I suppose it's already been tested, but you never know. For appellate purposes, you've got to keep your exhibits and evidence clean. Uncompromised. Just like your investigation. Come on, sir. Didn't change his gloves.
216 is going to be the partially smoked, partially burnt end cigarette located on the front porch of the 1270 Church.
Okay. That's the same one that found on October 11th.
Yes.
2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I have 216 given.
Any objection?
No, no objection.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Thank you. Wait 1 second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Okay. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello.
I may jump around a little bit here, asking you questions, so if you get confused in any way, just let me know. I'll try to clarify for you. Is that fair?
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Wilder, can you put up your photos just on the
Appreciate that. Were you involved with any search warrant executions on that property? Or executing search warrants? Were you involved at all with any of those?
Yes.
Was it just one occasion or was there another occasion?
There was a second occasion as well.
The evidence that you said you collected, that you just testified to, was that during the first search warrant execution or the second?
Would have been during the first.
Okay. But you did say there was a second occasion that you went out for a search warrant execution?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long after the first time you went and then the second time you went? What was the time range? How many days between?
I believe it was 15 days.
During those 15 days between the first search and the second search, was the scene secured?
No.
And when you say no, meaning there's no tape up?
Correct. No tape or law enforcement.
So after officers responded to the scene and you're there on the day, the night of the 911 call and finding Rachelle dead, when you left the property there and the days between that and the next search, there's no crime tape up at all. Is that fair?
Correct.
And no officers on scene to monitor if anybody's going in and out of that?
That's correct.
That's correct. You said that when you walked in, it was an overwhelming smell of, did you say rubbing alcohol or just alcohol? I'm sorry.
Rubbing alcohol.
Were there containers inside the house?
Yes.
How many containers?
2.
Do you know the approximate size of them?
I don't know how many ounces. It's a typical size that you can find at a grocery store.
Okay. If you would just show with your hands about how big the bottle.
Yeah, this is a typical size that you would have.
Okay. Stuff that can fit easily into like a medicine cabinet?
Yes.
You said there was 2 of those?
Yes.
Were they empty?
Yes.
When you were in the bathroom, did you smell that rubbing alcohol?
No.
But you said you smelled it as soon as you walked into the front door?
Yes.
Was that the only room in the house that you smelled that?
It would also have been into that second front room. But after that, no, not as much.
Where did you find the 2 bottles that you described? Where did you find those within the house?
In the front room.
Were those collected?
No.
Did you swab those for fingerprints?
No.
Did you have any interaction with Toby Madden the day that you were out there at the residence the first time?
No.
Did you even pass him at all? Was there any, like you're walking up, he's walking out?
No.
No interaction at all? So you wouldn't know whether or not Mr. Madden smelled of rubbing alcohol when he was arrested and taken away from the scene?
Correct.
Was there a knife collected from Rachelle's purse?
Yes.
Is that something you collected or is that something someone else collected?
Detective Horton did.
Okay. The only reason I asked is it appears to be in your section of the report, but were you present when that was collected from the purse?
He notified me of what he had found.
Okay.
And asked me to respond to him.
Okay. So if I had a question about whether that knife that was in her purse was deformed or warped, is that a question for you or should I have asked him?
Probably Detective Horton.
Okay. And I apologize. I'm just
That's
looking at
fine.
the sequence of the report, what for sure that was. So you weren't involved with that. Okay. Were you involved with the searching for Rachelle's vehicle?
No, I was not.
Are you aware whether or not any rifles were found in her vehicle?
No, I'm not.
That would be a question for someone else, I'm supposing.
Correct.
We went through a lot of pictures of this house. Clearly, they're doing work on the house. Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were tools. There were several different types of tools within that house that could have caused injury to someone. Is that fair?
Yes.
I mean, we even have like a rubber mallet hammer, correct?
Yes.
I think there was even something that looks like wire cutters.
Possibly.
But there was items in there. If you wanted to hurt someone, you could have done that with some of the items you saw in the house.
Possibly, yes.
Right. I'm not suggesting that someone did. I'm just saying there were things within that house if someone wanted to threaten or to act like they wanted to hurt someone. There were things in there that could cause bodily harm.
Yes.
The back door, when you were there, you're saying the deadbolts were locked, correct?
That's correct.
You said they were still functioning. Did you go to the door and check them to see if they locked and unlocked?
It wasn't until I observed Detective Horton actually use them did I know that for sure that they were functioning.
Okay. And you did note the day that you went out there, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there was damage to the frame and you said dents in the door?
Yes.
And in the back door specifically?
Yes.
Jessica, I have a minute to confer with my client. Sure. Judge, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think this is a good time for us to take our lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you an hour for that. It's about 20 after 12, so we'll come back at 1:20. Please remember my recess instructions, okay? We'll see you in an hour.
All right. Well, that's where we're going to finish up today, my sweets. Thank you very much. So we got through all of day 1 and half of day 2. So I will be back again at probably between 8 and 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow to do day 2 afternoon, and we'll see how many witnesses they have, and hopefully the first half of day 3. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Tricia. You too. Look after yourself. Now, the poll results. We had 22% vote for wanting to watch current media trials. We had 0% watching old or unusual or classic trials. 67% wanted a combination of the above two. And 11% of you just came to see the beautiful disco lights in the background. I don't care why you come, as long as you come. Great to see you all. Thank you so much for being here. Until next time, don't behave. Bye.
Covering true crime and police arrests, where the judges move and the defense rests. Watching courts and trials, criminals at best, where the gavel drops and the defense rests. If you love true crime and you want the best, won't you find the time and the defense